All right, there we are. We are live. Good evening, gentlemen, on a Thursday, which is a little unusual for us, but we will take any day to play right now that we possibly can. So we will start off, as we always do, with a little recap from our last session. So, a recap of session 14, which I think was barely a week ago, or it's just amazing for us. So, just very excited about just that fact alone. So, recap. So, as the session began, the day was warm and sunny with the early haze of the morning having burned off. Lafferty headed back to the Wandering Giant Inn, having completed his business with Margrave at the Twisting Nether. The rest of the party sat holed up in their room, trying to determine what their next move should be. A knock was heard on the room door. It was Sargana Oakfury from the Fortune's Fair. Sargana asked the party if they would come to meet with Beldrak Bloodbeard, the father of Helrin Bloodbeard and Darum Moltenmane. The party agreed, and shortly after Lafferty returned to the inn, they accompanied Sargana to meet Beldrak. Beldrak apologized for Holdren's behavior and offered the party 250 gold pieces each to forget that the morning's incident had occurred. Beldrak told the party that he was removing Holdren as head of the business and placing his brother, Grolrith Bloodbeard, in his place. Beldrak assured the party that Holdren had been sent back to Forgehaven and would not be seeing the light of day for some time. With business completed at the Fortune's Fair, the party departed and decided to go looking for Diza in order to give her a cut of the gold. The party headed to the 1 coin 2 coin, the biggest gambling hall in Coldhorn. Figuring that if Diza is still in Coldhorn, that was likely where she'd be. And they were correct. After a short exchange, Nightingale gave Diza her cut of the Fortune's Fair's gold, and the party departed. After leaving the gambling hall, the party decided to go meet with Keedan Duskwish at the Into the Wilds Guiding Company, which doubles as the Wanderers Guildhouse in Coldhorn. Keedan was happy to meet with the party. He told them that their best chance of finding the Keepers of the Moon Druids was to travel to Stormside and hire a boat that would take them to an old megalith on the shores of the Midnight Depths at the edge of Winterberry Wood. Keedan believed that if the Druids were still using the megalith, he believed it was the best place to start. He warned the party that you do not find the Druids. They find you. With their destination now clearer, the party headed to Windwalker Travels to confirm passage on the summer winds to Stormside. The next morning, the party boarded the Summer Wind and after a day's voyage arrived in Stormside, a dwarven city on the southwest shore of the Midnight Depths. Guards at the city gate encouraged the party to stay at the Iron Rose Inn, as it was more suited for their type. At the inn, the party was told that they should have no issues finding a boat that would take them to the megalith. The party enjoyed a fine supper and retired to their rooms for the night. In the morning, the party headed to the docks where they met Marcellus Mark Greywood, the captain of a small sailboat. Mark knew the Druid megalith and agreed to take the party there. After a short shopping trip, the party departed. During the voyage, Douglan was contacted by his daughter Maggie through some sort of magic. Her voice was distorted, but her message was heard. bother. If you can hear me, please know I'm all right. Messages are difficult to send from here. Please say something if you can hear me. Douglan replied, but nothing further was heard. As day became evening, Mark warned the party that they would need to take shelter from an approaching storm. Anchoring the sailboat in a small cove, the party made a comfortable camp and settled in for the night. Shortly after dark, Nightingale's whip warned the party that there were intruders on the eastern ridge. It was 2 orcs and their owlbear mounts. The orcs quickly dismounted, and the owlbears immediately charged the party. The fight was on. Douglan took up a position between the owlbears and the rest of the party. Despite getting knocked to the ground multiple times, he managed to hold back the owlbears as the rest of the party attacked. As the sounds of the battle quieted, 2 owlbears and their orc masters lay dead on the beach. As today's session begins, it is the 34th day of the first Trigon of Nool's influence at approximately 11 p.m. The heavy storm continues to batter down on the party as they stand before their fallen foes. A scan of the ridges around the beach shows no further sign of trouble.
I love how you worded it as Douglan held the owlbears at bay. You were
Well, that sounded better than he repeatedly got knocked to the ground.
I think it would be more appropriate to say Douglan fed the owlbears
Yeah.
and kept them distracted.
Hey, I'm like the bard trying to tell your epic story. I can't tell them the truth.
You were owlbear buffet.
I was. Oh, goodness. His armor's got beak marks everywhere. All right. So this is right after the battle.
Yeah, so we literally finished, as the last of your foes were hitting the ground. So that is where we will pick up today. Mark, standing up on that big rock where he was fighting the orc, you see him drop to a knee. The orc that he slayed, he kind of rolls the orc over, and he's searching the orc over. You see him checking the forearms, and then he pushes up his head and looks at his neck. He turns back to all of you and goes, "Oh, this is not good, not good. These are black scars. They should not be on this side of the lake."
And what exactly are black scars, boy?
He jumps down off the rock and comes back over to where the rest of you are standing. The Black Scars, they're a tribe of orcs. They live on the northwestern shore of the Midnight Depths. They are as brutal a creature as has ever walked Emathan. They've been in an endless war with the Frostmount dwarves. Neither has been able to gain ground on the others, but they do not come to the southern shore. This is not good.
Nightingale will look to Douglan and be like, perhaps this has something to do with the rising threat in the north, the easterly.
I was thinking the same thing. Mark, when do you think we could head out again? Is the storm still too rough?
Mark kind of walks down to where the little rowboat that you guys came ashore in. He looks out. There's no way we could set sail. We could spend the night in the boat, but I won't kid any of you. It won't be a comfortable night.
What do you know about these Black Scar orcs? Do they travel in larger packs like most orcs?
They've never been on the southern shore before. These are clearly scouts of some sort, based on the fact that they were both riding owlbears. But I dare not even guess whether they are alone or not.
Lafferty, do you think Pez can take flight a little bit? Lafferty looks up, but is it still like just torrential downpour?
It's just wind and rain and thunder and lightning, and it's just nasty out there.
I'm afraid, Mr. Douglan, no. It's too dangerous. He wouldn't get very far, and we wouldn't know anything, and then I'd have to take care of Pez. So no, unfortunately not, sir.
Nightingale will look over to Douglan and Douglan, perhaps I should scout a bit, see if I can find out where they came from and if there's any others.
All right. I could take a moment. I'll see if we can't I don't know, fortify here, I guess. Do you want someone to go with you?
I can move faster on my own.
All right.
I won't go far.
Mark takes to stoking up the fire, which you guys allowed to die down to kind of reduce the visibility. And take shelter underneath the makeshift tent that you had set up.
So Nightingale will kind of, pull his cloak over himself so he's a little darker and less flamboyant looking. And he'll take off where the owlbears ran down and where those two and go scout to see, like, owlbears are going to leave a pretty big trail. So
yep,
pretty sure
absolutely.
Kind of.
Yeah, you have absolutely no problem following. So you follow the tracks of the group up onto the ridge where the whip first warned you when they appeared. You can see they basically came straight out of the forest, which is maybe 50, 60 feet away from the ridge you're standing on. And you can see a clear path that they just literally came right out of. No sign of a permanent path or trail or anything like that. They were it would appear they were just either bushwhacking or they were on some sort of trail back there. And owlbears have a pretty good sense of smell. They might pick them
Attracted
off
by the fire or something.
Yeah.
So, like, I can still kind of see where the party's camped out from where I am right now at my vantage.
Yes.
Nightingale will kind of drop to one knee and he'll ask Valimore for guidance and protection as he takes off into the bush to investigate a little further. And I'm going to cast guidance on myself and do a stealth check into the woods.
Okay.
I'm going to try to, I'm moving relatively slow so that I can stay kind of hidden, like I'm moving. I don't want to get seen.
As long as you move slow, you can move stealthily.
Well, that's not
It's
very
going to be one of those nights, huh?
Okay,
Going to be one of those nights.
Hang on. The guidance didn't work. I didn't cast it on myself, even though it shows it on myself. But that's strange.
Did we looted the?
So there's a 4 on top of that.
You were sort of in the process of that. If you remember, they had a lot of camping equipment on them. There was a spear that Douglan took, the one that turned into a lightning bolt as the orc threw it.
Yeah. Because Lafferty is going to pretty much dissect those owlbears while Nightingale goes off scouting.
Okay.
He sees a creature that he's never seen before, and he just clicks into, oh, I'm going to take that and I'm going to chop that. So he's harvesting.
All right.
Sorry, Barry. Yeah.
Nightingale, how long are you going to track this?
I'll say I'll do about 5 minutes in, so that I don't want to go too far, so that if I have to turn tail and run, I can expend some energy to get back rather quickly, but I'll go
Okay,
about
within
5
a
minutes.
couple of minutes, you come to the point you can see they had been traveling sort of maybe back 300-400 feet into the forest. They had been traveling parallel with the shoreline.
Okay.
And you can kind of see the point where they turned and headed in the party's direction.
Now, were they coming from the direction that we'll be heading the next day?
They were.
Okay.
Yeah, they were coming from the east, traveling west. So
Okay.
they'd be moving towards Stormside because you guys have been traveling east as well.
As soon as Nightingale kind of figures that was their rough thing, he'll hightail it back. I'm not trying to be stealthy. I'm running back.
Okay. Stealth's all done.
Yeah. And when he returns to camp, he'll let them know that they were. He figures that, Douglan, I figure they were just sticking with the shore, heading west, and they must have caught scent of our fire or saw it and decided to come check it out.
That seems the right of it.
But if that's a scouting party, that means something's big might be heading our way.
Mark, how safe are we on the boat traveling? You've got orcs down here. What do you think?
On the lake, we're fine. No one is going to bother us on the lake. We're not safe on the lake right now in this boat. We'll be swamped in no time. We could stay on the boat in this little cove, but it is not going to be a pleasant or restful night.
Okay. Also, I assume it's close enough to where if we're seen, they can, basically come to the boat. It's not like we're that deep.
Yeah, the boat is only maybe 100 feet from anchored 100 feet from shore. It's not.
Yeah. Then there's no getting away. No, I think we're gonna have to hunker down. I think we're gonna have to do.
Landis will walk over to Douglan, and he's like, I've spent a bit of time in the woods, and perhaps we should make a firewall. And that's just some cover that blocks the light from where the next group might be coming along. It might buy us some time. If they're smelling us, there's nothing we can do. But I have a feeling it was probably more of the light that they detected in this storm.
It's possible, yeah. Well, do your thing. What you need.
Well, if you could cut me some timbers to make a wall and some boughs, I'll create a bit of a fire break and we'll see what happens. So basically there's that one way that they came down. The rest is all cliff face, right? So
why don't I just reshare that map? Because
let's do that.
That'll give you
that
a
would
better.
Be wonderful.
I'll give everybody just a reminder of where everything was.
Oh, I remember it like it was yesterday, watching Douglan die over and over and over and over. Not quite dead, but
no, he was down.
He was down. He was down. So if we're in this little area, let's say here, right? That's where our camp is set up, Colin?
Correct. And so you remember you have a fairly large tarp that you've all been hunkered under.
Yep.
And, as you start talking about a firewall, Mark suggests maybe moving the fire right into the recess and putting the tent the other way around so it blocks most of the light.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfect.
It won't give you a good view of what's going on, but whoever's on guard would just need to be out on the rocks, and but it'll do a much better job of hiding your camp.
That's exactly what we'll do. That's perfect. Landis will give him a hand since he's got survival skills.
All right.
He's worked himself with tarps before.
So after, 20 minutes or so, you guys have the camp all shifted around. The fire is like right up against the rock wall. And then the tent is blocking as much of the light as possible.
As we're like moving the fireplace, Mark goes to probably move one of the rocks and realizes it's Mud, who's curled up around the fire pit because he's grumpy that we turned it off on him. Like, oh, that's not a rock, that's a dog. That's Mud.
The furry rock over here.
Mm. Well, would it have qualified as a short rest?
Well, not since the battle.
Okay.
Yeah, Nightingale was probably only gone 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He took off pretty quick and wanted to.
You guys were, I believe,
Nightingale and Lafferty were first.
Yeah. So I think this all occurred on our very first watch. It was just so the night is still pretty young. You guys will still get a long rest out of the night.
We'll pick up our watch cycle where it left off. I think the way we were doing it was Lafferty and Landis, the two elves, were getting their 4 hours first, and then the rest of the group could sleep while those two of those were up the rest of the evening. It's generally how I think we'll do our watch cycle.
All right. The rest of the night is uneventful. Everybody gets a reasonably good night's sleep. About a couple of hours before daybreak, the storm subsides. And as everyone is waking in the morning, it is another nice day, just like it was the day before. The only thing you notice is it's quite cold this morning after the storm, and everything is blanketed in a very heavy fog.
Storm's gone though. Weather's okay, except for, is it like a low hanging fog or like
A fairly low hanging fog, yes.
Lafferty's gonna tell Pez to go hit the skies and go as far north and still stay in contact, or east, right? Yeah, they were east. They came east, and see if there's anything.
They came from the east, yeah.
Yeah.
So just flying over the forest behind you.
I'm gonna, Lafferty would have communicated with Nightingale and asked how far he got. He wants Pez to go much further. Wants to do a much more detailed scope if he can see anything. Obviously, the fog is not going to help, but he wants to scout on ahead.
So, the fog really obscures Pez's ability to see much of the forest. There's little breaks in the fog. Flies back quite a ways. As you get away from the water, the fog is thinning, but really the area that you want to check is mostly obscured by the morning fog coming in off the lake.
And it looks like normal fog, normal patterns and stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Got it. Mark suggests that it's pretty normal for after a big storm for a temperature drop and to have this kind of fog to roll in. He said once the sun is up, it'll burn it off pretty quickly, and it won't affect your day at all.
Lafferty, did you get what you needed from these beasts?
I don't know. How do you want me to do like nature checks, or I think it's survival? I forgot what it was.
So I just have, how is Lafferty carrying bits and pieces of owlbear? Like, what are you?
Well, like the beak and feathers are what the two
Okay.
things. So yeah, I'm
That's
not.
easy enough.
He
Yeah.
doesn't have a cold storage yet to grab an organ or
Well,
a
that's
liver.
like if you're going after like heart and liver here, that's gonna get a little
not quite
ripe
yet.
in a few days.
Yeah, no, but as many feathers as we can try. I mean, if you want to like blanket a roll and
Oh
see
no,
how many we
I mean
get.
you'll have lots of time to take whatever like if you want to say just put in there you've got the 2 beaks
Okay.
and
Couple dozen feathers.
yeah, a pound of feathers, which is a lot of feathers.
Yeah. It's more than a pound of
Well,
Of rocks.
while we're doing this scouting in the morning, Landis is gonna get all of the stronger folk to pull these bodies, where we had the fire, in around the corner in there, just to kind of get them out of sight and do what we can, even though the beach is probably covered in blood, but that will maybe wash away. We'll hide the bodies the best we can, and whatever gear.
Collectively, you're able to all pull them right back into that little nook there.
And I believe whatever gear we didn't take, Mark, was thrown in the boat.
Mark took everything, stripped everything off them worth grabbing. And
could you run a long rest for me?
I sure can. Thank you
Please,
for the
DM.
reminder.
Would Douglan have had time to attune to that javelin? If that's what he needs to do.
Yes. I would say that during his watch, he would have had time to look this thing over and get a feel for what it's all about.
Could you identify it for me?
Oh, now you're just getting greedy.
I apologize.
Okay, let's find this in here.
You've got an effect on your voice, Colin. You've got a weird shadowy sound when you're talking in your audio.
Like a distortion?
Like an echo almost.
Like a wave.
Yeah. It's cool.
Like a wave. Okay.
Or maybe it's just the background. Maybe no, it's the background.
Is it?
Yeah, we have an ocean.
Yeah,
setting.
there's the ocean in the background.
Oh,
that's it.
Like a wave.
It was timing perfectly though. Like you'd end and it would be like.
Well, you know what? It's a wave. So
yes,
that's awesome. That is.
Do I need to turn that up a little bit? Then is it too quiet?
No.
No, you're okay.
I'm okay.
All right. Okay, so it would be the single javelin here.
It's called a javelin, and there you go. Cool beans. Attuned.
Yes, so you now have a javelin of lightning.
Oh yeah.
So this javelin is a magic weapon. When you hurl it and speak its command word, it transforms into a bolt of lightning, forming a line 5 feet wide that extends out from you to a target within 120 feet. Each creature in the line, excluding you and the target, must make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw, taking 4d6 lightning damage on a failed save. Half as much on a successful one.
Nice.
The lightning bolt turns back into a javelin when it reaches its target. So you make your regular ranged weapon attack against that target. On a hit, the target takes damage from the javelin plus 4d6 lightning damage.
Awesome.
All right. You make or Mark and you all make several trips back and forth to get everybody back on board the sailing ship. And then with a little collective rowing, you're back out into the lake and making your way east. on the midnight depths.
Boldness. Excellent.
This fog's actually doing us some benefit.
Yeah. Gold.
Though I'm sure Mark has to navigate with the shore in sight type thing.
Yeah, I mean he generally sails within eyeshot of the. I mean the midnight depths is a very very big lake, but there's points of high ground to the north where you can actually see land over there as well. I mean it's hundreds of miles away, but
yeah,
you know you can see sort of mountain ranges over there.
Wild.
But he sails you know, a couple 100 feet away from the shore most of the time.
Yeah, Pez is going to be kind of going up ahead, touching back, you know, kind of that circular pattern, just seeing anything on the shore up ahead of us, just in case.
Okay, so your morning is uneventful. Mark says the wind is very favorable, which you guys can tell you're full sail making very good time across to your destination. And around noontime or so, you know, Mark's in the back of the boat on the rudder, and he says, "Gentlemen, if you look just off into the distance there, you should be able to just catch your first glimpse of the megalith."
Ooh, okay.
What do we
And
see?
sure enough, if you know, you guys kind of look down the shoreline there, and you can just see, you know, there's sort of low shrubberies on the shore there, and there is some sort of rock structure that sits. It's only maybe 100 feet back from the shoreline. Mark says we should be there in maybe 30 minutes.
Cool.
Right.
Do you want to send Pez up now that if we could see the monolith, it could go check it out, see if there's any motion around it, or
Oh yeah, no.
as we're sailing towards it?
Yeah, he's been up. He's been up.
What is remind me what Pez's range is to be able to.
That is a good question.
It's
I know
100
there's-
feet if
Yeah.
Lafferty wants to see through his eyes. But I believe there's let me see
Been a while since we had a familiar going a long distance
Well,
out.
Well, your familiar is within 100 feet of you. You can communicate with it telepathically. Additionally, as an action, you can see through. Yeah, so 100 feet. You know, I would say that.
You could send it out further, but
Yeah.
until it's within 100 feet, it can't communicate with you.
Yeah, it's kind of that circular, like it's going to touch back within 100 feet, report, but then go scout ahead. You know.
Okay.
Landis will also, while we're approaching, cast mage armor. I'm not getting caught again.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
As promised, within under 30 minutes, you guys are dropping sail and kind of coasting in towards the shore where Mark drops the anchor. And so from here, you can clearly see the megalith. It appears to be a large flat stone that is held up 10, 12 feet or so in the air by three large pillars. You can't see much else about it. It looks like it's on an island, and there's a river that's running around the island and out into the lake. But beyond, you can see from the shore, there are bridges, one on either side of the river, that go onto the island.
Ooh.
Are we going ashore?
All ashore. Let's
Did
go on
Pez
ashore.
see anything? Any
Oh, yeah.
movement or anything?
No.
Nothing. All of Pez's reporting back says there is nothing moving anywhere around that.
Has this fog light lessened as the
The
heat of
fog's
days?
gone. Just
Fog's
like
gone
Mark said, once the sun was up, within an hour or so, it had burned the fog off.
Perfect. Yeah, let's head into shore.
It's a clear, bright, sunny day.
Nightingale and Landis, as we row in, Nightingale's going to have his short bow ready, and Landis will have his crossbow armed, just so that we have some range capability if something pops out of the shoreline.
Who are the first two people going ashore? Because basically it's Mark and two people each time he can row in.
Let's get Douglan and Nightingale in first.
And before he leaves, Lafferty hands him an elixir that is that he created for the day, and just says, "Here, Mr. Douglan. You know, if we get into another scrap, just drink this down, and you'll be a lot stronger. It's going to be okay. Take it. It's fine." Douglan's like, "Okay," puts it in right inside a pocket. You know, because
as they're rowing away, Nightingale will look at him and be like, "I'd be careful drinking that."
You saw what he was taking from the owl bear.
Yeah.
He's squeezing stuff into a
Don't even go there, Douglan.
Oh man. Yes. Oh.
I bet
All right, you arrive,
minty.
Douglan and Nightingale, you arrive on the shore. As I said, the megalith is maybe 100 feet or so in, and then it's maybe another 100 feet or so back from the megalith is where the forest begins. So you're in quite an open area here.
Is there anything we can find cover? Partial cover?
Yeah, there's lots of shrubs and stuff like that that are, maybe 1, 2, 3 feet high in different places. It'd be pretty easy to crouch down behind them. Plus, the shore where you are kind of drops off a bit from, getting up on the main land there.
What do you think, Douglan? Should we check out this tree line or hold here?
Maybe it's better to send the owl. Like have the owl kind of scout ahead while we wait for the others.
Well, unless you can talk to the damn thing, I didn't bring it with me.
We can yell back.
Well, then
Lafferty.
Hey, any creature, we're here.
No, let's just I don't know if I want to go too far out of the shoreline. We are obviously seen, and if need be, we make our stand here. 100 feet, about how long did that ride take?
From where the boat's anchored?
Yeah.
Oh, it only took like 4 or 5 minutes to.
Oh, we'll hold.
He's already just about back to the boat as you two are huddled up on the shoreline there. As Mark arrives back on the boat, he says to Landis and Lafferty, "So, I just want to make sure I understand how this is going to work here. I got this stone. I'm to wait until you call me back. How long am I waiting?"
Well, we don't rightly know. So we know
I gotta charge you per day if I'm staying days here.
Well, no, what we were
you don't need to stay here, lad.
Right,
That stone means we can communicate with you no matter where you are. All you need to do for us is when we ask you to come get us, tell us how long it'll be.
I got you. Okay, I got you. So I can just I can go on about my business, and when the time comes, you'll call me. I'll let you know how long it'll take me to get back here to pick you up.
Exactly.
Okay. We can do that. Hop in, gentlemen. Let's do this.
Landis will walk over to him and be like, and perhaps let's not take a job that's going to take you across the lake.
I only sail the southern shore. I ain't going
Perfect.
nowhere near the trouble on the other side of this lake.
And will suit our purposes perfectly. By the way, Mark, I'd like to thank you for your bravery.
Yeah, I didn't know the plan. I thought we'd run, but hey, you guys wanted to fight those things, so hey, I'm in.
Well, unfortunately, Mark, the Mr. Douglan there, he doesn't know when to run, from what I've seen. So yeah, we all kind of had to stay there, and well, you saw what happened.
Yeah, he hops up pretty quick.
Oh, he had a little assistance several times. We hope he gets a little better. He's been out of the game a little bit, but
Landis will load mud into the boat. He's like, oh God, Lafferty's going off. I might as well get this stuff loaded in. Well,
might as well prepare to go ashore.
yes, you
All right.
like pull Lafferty. Just let's go.
Just sit him down while he continues to yap.
Yeah.
Within 4 or 5 minutes, you guys are beached on the shore.
excellent.
So Mark jumps back in the rowboat, and as he's rowing away, he's like, "Got the rock. I'll be here when you call."
Don't misplace that, boy. It's not just a rock.
Yeah, he skips it.
It's a good skipper.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
He is going about his business now, back on the boat, preparing to sail away, and the four of you are hunkered down on the shore within about 100 feet of the megalith.
well, Lafferty, I think it's up to me and you now to have a look at this monolith, see what we can decipher or any clues about these druids.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So yeah, I think we approach
The group as a whole will kind of head up.
yeah,
to the
but
monolith.
again, Pez is going to kind of do his thing. Not too far away. I think the whole time I'd like him to stay within 100 feet.
Yeah, keep
All right.
him within. He can see
Pez
far.
Pez doesn't see, anything within the open shore area here. He just continues to sort of let you know that as far as he can tell, the coast is clear all around you.
Okay.
So you are on the western side of the river. You make your way up, and you can tell, from the shoreline as you're making your way up to the bridge that crosses over to this island the megalith is on. This is a trail you are on. This is somewhere that people have walked lots in the past. You would have to make a survival check to be able to tell how
I
recently.
just happen to have survival.
Douglan is trained, so if you want assistance,
Yeah, sure.
there you go.
If you can give me advantage, that'd be great.
Survival, right?
Yes, survival.
Yeah, he's
for tracking, that sort of purpose.
Mm-hmm. Gonna be one of those days.
We're gonna fight for everything, buddy. We're gonna fight for everything.
Those days.
You, the two of you kind of crouch down, and you're looking over, kind of sifting the sand a little bit in the dirt. Both of you are fairly certain that no one has walked this trail likely in months.
As Douglan's down, as Landis is down next to, Douglan, they're doing this. They're like, so how long has it been since you've actually done any of this training?
Listen, I gotta tell you, Landis, it's really hard for me to bend down on my knee. Okay, so I'm just gonna stay up here. Okay, you keep looking.
I just read a manual at Windrest. That's all I've got.
I'll tell you what, lad. Let's go back there sounding confident. Okay, sometimes you gotta fake it till you make it.
This trail hasn't been used in a while. Some moss looks springy.
Well done, lad. Well done. Yeah, looks clear. We should be all right.
Springy moss would give it away.
Lafferty looks at both of them like they're not telling the truth.
Springy moss. There's no such thing as springy moss.
Okay, Landis will head up, start scanning this monolith for any markings whatsoever.
All right, you make your way up to the bridge. The bridge travels. It's maybe 15 feet or so from the shore to the island on either side. It's a stone bridge. River kind of runs underneath, and you make your way over onto the island. So you find that it seems like it's a pretty simplistic structure. It is a large triangular slab of rock. It's supported about 10 feet off the ground by 3 triangular pillars. And in the middle of the triangle, there's a 1-foot circle that's been cut out of the middle of the triangle. Beyond that, initially it looks pretty simple.
No distinguishable markings on it that we can see.
Give us an investigation check, whoever is looking this over.
Anyone can give me assistance on that?
Yes, Lafferty very much can.
Come on, high roller.
There we go.
Very nice. Landis, as you're looking towards the southern edge of this triangle, the edge, so the triangle points up the river.
Okay.
You find a glyph that is on the triangular pillar. It's kind of on the back side. So the triangular pillar points up the stream, and the big triangle itself, all the triangles kind of point up the stream with their flat side facing the lake. And you find a glyph that's just up towards the top of that pillar, the upstream pillar.
I will pull out a sheet of paper and some chalk, and I will chalk the glyph so we can get a better look at it. So I'm sure with age and whatever it's.
Yep, with a little help, you have to be kind of boosted up so you can get up to it. You're able to chalk off this this glyph. It's some sort of druid glyph.
Would an Arcana check or
an Arcana check? You can try an Arcana check to determine what it is.
Lafferty can assist. Yeah.
Do you want to do this one, Lafferty? Or do you want me to do it?
I can give it a shot. Why not? Are you proficient?
Yep. Okay. Yes. As a wizard, I better be.
Yeah. Stupid question. There we go.
All right. The glyph says, "Friends go forth."
Nightingale will look to Douglan and be like, "Isn't it beautiful watching nerds work?"
Oh, I tell you, it's a thing of beauty for sure.
Look at the two; they're like two giddy little schoolgirls.
Yeah, they haven't lifted their heads up in 20 minutes. What could they be talking about? It's just a pillar. It's pointing in a direction. Let's just go.
Seems obvious to me. Landis will relay the information to the others. It would seem, gentlemen, that a glyph tells us to go forth in the direction the monolith is pointing. Friends go forth.
Let's hope they think we're friends. So let's go.
Can we, using survival check, can Landis, find a few higher points to get a reference so that we can keep heading in the right direction?
Well, the most
bearings of sort.
The most immediate thing that you have to follow is the river.
Then we will follow the river.
Right. The river goes up and into the forest ahead of you, which the monolith is kind of pointing up the river.
Is this a big river? Like, will we be able to actually walk in the river? Is it like a creek kind of thing?
It varies anywhere from about 10 to 30 feet wide as it goes along.
Okay.
Fast moving?
It fairly fast moving. You could definitely wade across it, with a little bit of care.
Okay.
It's only maybe in its deepest spot a couple of feet deep. But because of the shallowness and the volume of water, it is moving pretty quickly.
In his heightened, I'll call it a heightened sense, Nightingale will look to Douglan and be like, perhaps we stay on the eastern side of this river in hopes that whatever those guys were scouting has moved past, and we at least have the river between us and them.
Might not be a bad idea.
It's just using my intellect as well. So we'll stick to the eastern shore of the river.
Okay.
And begin
So
to
yeah,
follow
you
it
just
in.
cross the bridge on the other side to the other side of the river, and you start making your way into the forest.
Well, before we leave, Landis
leave,
will go to Lafferty and be like, perhaps we should leave an offering in case the druids come by.
Well, Landis, I mean, the only thing I can think of that a druid would want would be something maybe animal or nature related. And I mean, I don't really have mine. All my things are alchemical, or, well, I guess we could leave some
do believe
feathers.
you have some owlbell feathers.
Yes, why don't, yes.
Then perhaps they would know it was us that killed them.
This is true. Yes. And my understanding is owlbears are really no friends of anyone. That's my understanding, that they tend to just attack on sight. Very territorial, but then again, druids are very territorial as well. So it could work.
Sorry to cut you off, Lafferty, but
Mhm.
I'll take the paper I did of the rubbing, which suggests friends. We can put the feathers on it and we'll hold it down by a rock and put it on top of the monolith.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
So we'll set that little bit of an offering up. I'll fold the paper up. It's a nice parchment. It's not going to dissolve or anything. And we'll put the owlbell feathers, and then we'll put a rock on it, and we'll put it kind of.
What language was it?
Druidic. It was a glyph. It was a druidic glyph.
Yeah.
Landis, can you write something that is in a similar craft that we could write, thank you, or along with the offering?
I could attempt something.
Yeah, you just have to make another Arcana check to see if you know enough.
Okay.
And you have
to be able to.
We will rack our brains together.
If you know a glyph that basically says thank you or
friend or something. 23.
Yeah, sure.
So using his wizardry quill, he'll do it in like green ink.
Okay.
Since I can pick whatever
very
color.
druid. Yes.
Oh, how very tree hugger of you.
Yeah.
I thought it was a nice touch.
With a slight fluorescent glow.
And then we will head off. So instead of placing it on top of that monolith, because that's crazy, in the direction it's pointing and in the direction we headed, that's where I'll plant it. So like where it's pointed, I'll kind of put it down by that first pillar.
Okay.
And we'll head off. Nightingale's like, so they basically told everybody which direction we're headed. These guys are geniuses.
Okay, you make your way into the woods. Now this is the first of Winterberry Wood that you're actually seeing. You were kind of getting on the very outskirt edges of it, but Winterberry Wood itself are very, very big trees. So as like they're smaller on the shoreline, but they very quickly get bigger and bigger. Many of these trees, their trunks have diameters that are up to 20 feet.
Like big sequoia kind of trees.
Big sequoia type trees, yeah. And they're a long ways up there. Like the canopy can be as much as 100 feet above your head with some of these larger trees. So It's quite easy to move through like the underbrush because it doesn't get a lot of light through these trees is not particularly heavy. So you're able to follow the river quite easy. And it's just kind of gently winding its way through, never straying a long distance away, just kind of a little bit back and forth. And as you are after maybe now I'm going before I speak any further here. Are you using stealth? Are you walking at a normal pace? Are
So I'm going to
you?
change some stuff. Like I'm looking at our marching formation, and we have Nightingale in front. Nightingale's
Yep.
going to switch positions with Landis
With Landis? Okay.
because Landis has survival, so he can follow tracks a lot better than Nightingale can. So Nightingale's going to bring up the rear, and
Okay.
we're traveling at a pace I think fast enough, Douglan, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Landis can take some time to look for tracks, looks for druid sign, things like that. Like we're not traveling fast, but we're not also,
Yeah, I don't.
dilly dallying.
Yeah, I don't. Again, I don't see us being able to stealth our way, nor I think that is our intention. Ringing in Lafferty's head is they find you. And so his recommendation to the group is, there's no need to stealth because, we're here to be seen. They need to come to us. Isn't that what they said? So
Yes, Lafferty, but do recall that the owlbears were scouts. And that army or whatever, I'd rather not meet any more of these Black Scar orcs. And I think Douglan is going to suffer from PST for ages from that.
Yes.
These meat grinder dreams is terrible.
True. Yes. No, I do see him flinching whenever my owl comes by, which is
perhaps
kind of ironic.
keeping Pez in the air will be a good signal.
Right.
To,
Well,
to
that's
the right eyes.
Yeah, no, that, by the way, if I could, Colin, default that whenever we're outside like this, that is sort of Pez just goes and does his circle. And I'll say if he doesn't, if that's okay.
Yeah, it'd be very difficult for Pez to circle up there because of the forest canopy above you, but he can kind of fly ahead a little bit and just kind of watch around on a branch, and then as you guys move along, fly ahead a little further and land on a branch. And
Perfect. Yeah, let's do that.
So as we're cruising along the river, if you want me to roll some survival checks, Landis is looking for footprints, signs of things passing.
Okay, so for your first hour of travel, let's get our first survival check here.
I believe, Douglan, you're right up there with me, so you can assist.
Yep.
Okay, I'll do an advantage survival check. Nice, boy, nice.
So your thoughts, along the river here. People do walk along the river here, but again, it has not been traveled along in some time. But this is definitely, people have, this is some sort of trail, but it just has not been utilized in some time as you're following along the river here. And you can see on the other side of the river, it's similar. There's a trail there, and it doesn't look like anyone's been walking on it in some time.
Landis will go to Douglan. Douglan, perhaps you could keep eyes on the trail across the river so I may focus on this side. And when I need your assistance, I'll call for some, just so that if one ventures off, we can kind of make a decision if we cross the river or continue on this side.
So this is more the real person not understanding what I'm looking at. I got to be honest, you keep talking about other sides of the river. I'm so confused. So I thought there was just one path and a river. So is there two sides of the river going in the same direction?
Yeah. So, I mean, the river is just winding its way through the forest here.
Okay.
You guys are on the east side of the river.
Okay.
And through your survival check, you've established there is a bit of a trail, but it has not been used in quite some time. And you can see On the other side of the river,
The west side of the river.
on the west side of the river, there is also a trail that looks similarly unused in some time.
Okay, so we're gonna split.
No, I just want you to watch it from the east side. And if you see it split off and go off into the trees, let me know so that I can focus on the one.
You're just keeping an eye on the other side of the river to make sure the trail over there doesn't wander off all of a sudden away from the river.
All right, so back in character. Sorry, I wasn't understanding. So anyway, Douglan's going to say, you know what? I'll tell you what. Why don't I keep an eye out for things that might do us harm? Let's let the that Pez character keep an eye on the trail and see if it branches off. He's got a lot sharper eyes than me. Lafferty, you on that? Yes, of course. No, I've got eyes. It's okay. We're going in the right direction. Yes, and I'll let you know if it branches off. No problem.
And I'm watching our backs for things as well.
Lafferty, as you guys continue to walk along the river, and I'm going to assume even for Lafferty, based on the situation, you're a little more focused on what's going on than you may be if you're wandering the streets of town.
Mm-hmm.
You swear on the wind you hear giggling.
So
it's
gonna
very, very quiet.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
you're like, you think to yourself, did I just hear giggling?
Now, would it be the giggling of a child, the giggling of a adult?
To the best of your immediate guess, it sounds like the giggling of a child.
Okay.
Hey, it's Nightingale. I fired up a cigar on the way up. Sorry. That easterly, it's hard to say no to.
Mr. Douglan, did you hear that? What lot? And I asked, Lafferty says, could we all stop a moment? And also, I'm going to actually focus on Pez and see. I think I can hear and see, or is it just sight? I think it's just sight.
It's your senses.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to see if maybe through Pez I have a clear indication of what I'm hearing.
Pez, where Pez is, he doesn't hear. So he's up ahead of you guys a little bit. He doesn't hear anything.
I'm going to have him, still linked, come back towards us.
Okay. He flies back and lands above you guys in the trees. There's nothing, and Lafferty can't hear anything anymore now either.
All right. Perhaps just my imagination. Let me try that again. Perhaps just my imagination. Let's carry on. But he's kind of like looking around like,
Nightingale's going to walk up to Lafferty. What did we stop for?
I thought I heard a child's laughter. Yes.
You'll see Nightingale put his hand on his whip and he'll look around and be like, I don't think there's anything out there, or I think Valamore would let me know.
I could have sworn I heard something, but it's gone now, and not even Pez could hear it, and Pez got much better hearing than I do.
Okay. He'll pull out his short bow and knock an arrow. Keep moving, it's creeping me out. Never thought I'd feel so uneasy in the outdoor woods.
Yeah,
outdoor woods.
Yeah, so I would just venture to say that Lafferty's going to kind of be a little bit more diligent now. Like things got a little weird for him, so I don't know if the others feel it or sense it, but maybe slow the pace a little bit and not be so, hi ho through the woods we go. We can maybe slow it down a little bit, tighten ranks a little bit, maybe.
Sure. We will begin to move a little slower for a while. Landis will be like, Lafferty, will move a bit slower, but we can't do this pace all day or we're going to make no ground.
I understand. And again, it might have just been the wind, but could have sworn I heard a kid giggling, laughing, which makes no sense in this woods right now.
I trust you, Landis, or Lafferty. I trust myself too, but
Indeed.
All right, you continue along the way. Lafferty, a couple of times you think to yourself, you might have heard some whispering, and then a couple of times just barely audible. You think you might have heard the giggling again, but it's so quiet, you're second guessing yourself every time you possibly hear it. And you've been walking through the forest now. It's getting on to 3 hours. You're kind of into mid-afternoon now. And Nightingale, actually, because of proximity, everyone would hear in their heads the voice of Valarmor saying, "Wolves approach."
Oh. So, okay, so your whip talks to all of us.
if you're within 30 feet of me, yes, it will alert everybody of danger.
All right.
Or I should say my master.
I'm gonna see if Lafferty's gonna tell Pez to go up the trail. Can you communicate? Can you communicate with your whip? Which direction? It just warns, huh?
Just warns of danger coming.
Okay. All right. Well, sees we have wolves coming, so yeah. All right.
Lafferty, Pez, all of a sudden can see where there was no movement before, rustling through the underbrush, coming from multiple directions towards you guys.
And can he communicate what he's seeing?
Yeah, he's close enough to communicate what he sees to Lafferty.
And he sees the wolves. He sees wolves.
If there are wolves moving, he can't really see them yet. He more sees the underbrush moving.
Got it.
In multiple places towards you.
Okay. So Lafferty's going to tell him something's coming in all directions, guys. So Douglan is going to scream out, "All right, everybody, form a circle, back to back."
Okay. We will
And
form a defensive circle.
We're going to avenger it.
I'll get down in that pose where the one leg's out.
Yeah.
All right.
It's going to be like
from various locations around you, these big black, and they are just jet black wolves. Most of the wolves only come a small way out of the underbrush, so you can maybe see half their bodies. But one of the wolves walks right up close and stands there looking at the four of you.
Can Lafferty make a perception check to see if these are wolves, or is there more of an intelligence behind these eyes? He's heard stories of druids.
Yeah, you can give me you can give me an investigation check if you're going to try and determine that.
And we're back.
Yeah, you're not really sure. They seem very calm. None of them are growling or showing any sort of aggressive behavior. And as you are all kind of watching the wolves are watching you. The one wolf that walked forward before your eyes turns into a person. He
Nightingale roll a deception check so that you can't see the lump appear where he crapped himself.
Yeah.
Oops. He is an elf of some sort. He has long silver hair. He's kind of dressed in leather armor. And he has a bow and a sword, and he smiles as he looks at the four of you, and he says, "Welcome. My name is Taliesin. The forest told us of your arrival several hours ago. I hope that you have enjoyed its beauty. We get very few visitors. So what brings you to our paradise?"
Well, first of all, thank you for the welcome. Yes, very, very, very pretty. Truth be told, we're a bit on edge here, so we haven't been able to enjoy it maybe like we should. Well, as far as the reason, Nightingale, we got to share it, eh? Why we're here.
Yep.
Well, we're seeking. Let me look at my notes. Hold on. We're seeking the druids from the wilds. I don't think we ever got their name, did we?
Druids of the Moon?
Keepers of the Moon. There we go. Yeah. We seek an audience with the Keepers of the Moon.
And what might your business be with these keepers?
Trying to save the world.
From what?
I look at Nightingale. Should we tell him? Kind of like we gotta lay it out.
Nightingale's like, you're nudging your head towards me like you're protecting the world from me. What are you doing? Yes, let it out. Let it out. Dear Lord, these things turn into wolves.
Well, we think there's something that the druids could help out with to keep, let's just say, some bad things coming from another world. We hear they're called the Dooms, and it's inevitable. They're going to be upon us.
They're the Gith.
How is it that these keepers could assist you with this?
Are we talking to the keepers? Because normally, we go. I've been told I blab our secrets to everybody and what we're planning on doing, and my friend here tells me I'm not doing it right. So, can I ask, are you guys part of the Keepers of the Moon? Because if not, I'm telling way too much to you, lad.
Taliesin smiles and says, "You may be." And he kind of gives you a bit of a coy smile.
Well, we've come this far. We need help making a special item. I believe it's called the Sickle of the Harvest Moon. And these druids are the only ones that can help. Perhaps you've heard of Alm Wine.
Tea and Chaw Winery? Anton? Any of these things ring a bell?
You see Taliesin turns towards the other wolves, and he kind of gives them a bit of a hand gesture. They all turn and head back into the forest. From Pez's point of view, they maybe go 4 or 5 feet in where he can see the underbrush move, and then it just stops.
They're gone. Yeah,
they're gone.
But Taliesin is still there.
Taliesin is still standing there. He says, "Well, I guess I should take you to meet Jandar. He will be able to provide you with better answers to your question than I. And just as Taliesin finishes, you see a large wooden platform just suddenly descends from the forest canopy above you, and lowers maybe 20 feet away from you, comes down and sits a few inches off the ground. Taliesin says, "Your lift awaits. I will alert Jandar to your arrival." And with that, Taliesin jumps and he turns into a black eagle and flies off up into the canopy above you.
That's a neat trick, eh, Nightingale?
Nightingale looks at Douglan. Do you feel like we're totally out of our element here?
I get the feeling, yeah.
I think we just snuck through the woods with an audience for the last, I don't know, hour. We'll climb on board this platform.
Lafferty's all, see, I told you we didn't need to stealth. I knew they were going to be able to detect us. I mean,
yes, Lafferty. Yes.
But I should have asked him about the laughing, though. That's
probably them laughing at us, walking like oofs through their forest.
You're probably right. So yeah, like lambs to the slaughter, we'll hop on a strange platform because a big wolf told us to.
And then turned into an eagle, flew away. No worries.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
we got this.
Good. Yeah.
We're feeling trusting today.
Yeah.
All right. You climb onto the platform. It's probably 10 by 10 sort of wooden platform. There's a railing all around it with a little gate. Like it's clearly brings people up and down from this point. After the last person sort of gets on and closes the gate, the lift slowly starts to move up into the forest canopy above you. It's going up nice and slow and up. But you guys are starting to approach the
canopy,
the canopy above you, and it looks like this thing is just going to tear right through the canopy. But as you get close to it, right at the moment you feel like you'd be crashing through the branches, things kind of get a bit blurry for a second, and you emerge on the other side, and all around you in the trees, in the forest canopy up here, is a small village. You can see houses and walkways, and there's a big platform sort of towards the middle. And there are robed individuals wandering all around, and you guys are attracting a fair amount of attention as the platform sort of makes its way up and stops level with one of the platforms in this little village in the trees.
At this point, Nightingale's like, I seem kind of silly at this point. Puts his bow away.
Yeah. Douglan's
when you get to the platform, Taliesin is standing there waiting for you. He says, Jandar is looking forward to meeting with you. Please follow me. And why don't we take a quick break right here before we carry on with meeting Jandar? Sound good with everybody?
Sure.
Yes.
All right, we'll be right back. Okay, returned from our break, and it looks like we are good. All right, so
we are following Taliesin.
You are following Taliesin, and he kind of takes you through part of the village. You go up some levels on ladders that circle around the outside edge of trees and across kind of rope bridges, and you get to a fairly large platform, and there's a a large room that's sort of woven out of tree limbs that's all around it, making this circular room. Inside it, you can see there's a large table and chairs. At the far end of it, there is what you assume is likely Jandar, who is sitting in a chair at the end of the table. Taliesin says, go on in, Jandar is expecting you.
Oh, all right.
We will enter.
As you enter, the druid, he pushes his chair back and he stands up and he says, I hope that your travels through our forest have been enjoyable. Our friends here have been keeping an eye on you. And two pixies sort of peek out from behind Jandar's chair, and they kind of giggle a little bit. And Lafferty, you recognize it immediately. That's what you were hearing in the forest.
I knew it.
Jandar says, so Mud has told them that you are good people, and so I'm inclined to believe them.
Awesome.
Please, before we introduce ourselves, please have some tea and take a seat. You see there's a large pot of steaming tea in the middle of the table, cups in all the various positions. Jandar just kind of reaches out and the pot levitates and kind of pours, it moves around the table and pours everybody a cup of tea, and then refills his cup, floats back and lands in the middle of the table. And he says, my name is Jandar. I am the Archdruid of the Keepers of the Moon. And you are, he will say to his left is Nightingale, he starts with.
They call me Nightingale of the Penumbra Bard, sir.
It is good to meet your acquaintance. And you, sir? Landis?
Landis is like, Landis von Tenebrin. I see you've already met my friend Mud.
Well, they have.
He'll scratch the guy's head.
They kind of giggle a little bit again. And Lafferty?
Lafferty is, taken aback, and he fumbles for the words. Yeah, Your Highness, yes, I am Tien Laffertien Sil John Sevar. It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for welcoming us to your forest. It is an honor.
It is our honor to have you here, Lafferty. And last but not least, you, sir.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. You are a sight for sore eyes. You are the reason we're here. My name is Douglan McCain, and I've been sent here from Anton, the wine master, hoping you can help us.
I do hope as well. So now, Taliesin informs me that you've come seeking a sickle of the harvest moon. Is this indeed the case?
That's the right of it.
And why is it you need the sickle?
Well, the short of it is, the one that the wine master had was destroyed when these beings, the Gith, I believe they're called, came from another plane and attacked my family, took my daughter, took the wine master, and I guess in this fire the sickle was destroyed. My understanding is the sickle's the only thing that allows us to harvest a special wine, and well, Nightingale can attest to the power of this wine, but apparently it's one of the things keeping this Gith at bay from coming to our world and causing all sorts of havoc. So that's why we're here.
You see a smile, and you can tell that Jandar is kind of thinking back. He says, Tian Char. Now that is a name I have not heard of in centuries. Not since Mateo Tianchar came to visit us with a very similar request so many, many years ago. Although Mateo did not know exactly what he was looking for at the time. You see, Mateo had come to discover that the wine produced from the grapes that grew in a certain part of his family's vineyard had a very special quality. Quality you speak of, Douglan. Qualities that made one much more charismatic around others. Many years of research and experimentation led Mateo to understand that there was magic in the soil that the grapes somehow absorbed. Magic that gave the wine its special properties. In his attempts to figure out how to maximize the wine's special abilities, he learned that there exists magical sickles that could increase the amount of magic that would be retained in any plant that was harvested. With that, Mateo set out on a quest to find such a sickle, a quest that eventually brought him to us. Jandar kind of looks around. Would anyone like some more tea?
Yes, please. It's delicious. It's wonderful.
The tea is kind of a very pleasant mixture of sort of wild berries and cinnamon and honey. It's quite good.
Landis
Go
elbows
ahead.
Lafferty. Drink it, don't dissect it.
He's been like this, looking at it. He's like with his finger and.
So Mateo, again, the pot goes around and tops off everybody's glass. As soon as it settles itself down, Jandar turns his attention back to the group and he says, now, where was I? Mateo, yes. So Mateo met with me, much like you are today. I was new to my position as leader of the Grove. I was eager to build relationships with someone from the protected lands, and Mateo was oh so charming, but in hindsight, I was likely caught up in the magic of his wine. He kind of laughs and shakes his head a little bit, and so it was that Mateo came into possession of one of our sickles of the moon. We told him that it was a sickle of the harvest moon to help keep its origin a little more of a mystery. He left us and returned to Tianchar Winery, where his family has used the sickle for several generations, which brings us to today. And as you have explained, Tianchar Winery no longer has its sickle. So then the question is, what will it take to make another?
Indeed. What will it take?
Yes, how does one make a magic sickle of the moon?
Well, sickles of the moon require 3 items. Once we have acquired the 3 items, we can forge a new sickle for you. Something that we will agree to do for a small cost.
What might
There's
that
always a
cost
catch,
be?
isn't there, Douglan?
Indeed.
We have no need for coin or gems, but what we would ask of the 4 of you in exchange for the sickle is a promise, should we ever call upon the 4 of you to assist us, you will.
Douglan kind of looks very long at Jandar and his interactions with is, when he was visited, you are here to protect. And for some reason, he thinks that this is a sign of that. And so he says, I can agree to that.
Excellent. I will not make this seem any easier than it is actually going to be. The acquisition of the 3 required items will not be an easy one. The first item that you will need to collect is no less than a 1-pound block of elder steel.
Of
Elder
steel?
ELDER, elder steel.
Are we familiar with what this is?
Never heard of elder steel before.
Nightingale's like, I think he's just making stuff up.
Never heard of elder steel, Master.
Well, elder steel can only be obtained from the Frostmount dwarves. They are the creators of elder steel, and unfortunately, acquiring this from the Frostmount dwarves may prove a little difficult, as quite frankly, they are a little difficult.
As dwarves tend to be, eh?
In particular, the Frostmount dwarves, yes. Second, you will need to acquire a wine skin of void water.
Lafferty looks up, like quirks his head, doesn't say anything.
Wine skin of void water. And
Yes.
where do we find void water?
The nearest pool of void water to us here in Winterberry Wood is located in the Shattered Lands. Traveling to the Shattered Lands, I would suggest that you contact the Forsaken. They will be able to show you where a pool exists.
Forsaken. Landis is going to be taking notes through this.
Okay. And the final item that will be required for the construction of a new sickle is a piece of witchwood big enough to carve the handle from. Now, witchwood trees are quite rare, but thankfully there is one here within Winterberry Wood. But I will warn you, it is protected by a banshee.
Wonderful.
Do you still feel this is something you would like to go forward with?
Master Jandar, I don't have a choice. So yes, I'll go. I'll not speak for the others, but I'll go.
The reason that you are seeking the sickle is very important, Douglan. As such, we understand that time is of the essence. I will use a spell to take you as close to the locations you require as I possibly can. He reaches kind of off to a little table beside him, and he takes out a small circle that's woven out of sapling branches. He says, When you are ready to return to Winterberry, you just need to hold this circle in your hands as a group and say Winterberry. The same spell will return you here. Now, my suggestion, as this will be the longest portion of the creation of a new sickle, that you try to acquire the Elder Steel first. This will give us time to forge the sickle while you work on the other two items.
Well, Douglan, we haven't had much luck with dwarves, have we?
No, none at all. Master Jandar, have you heard of these gifts?
I know a little of them. I have heard them in stories told to scare children, Douglan, but I fear I couldn't share much more detail than is in the nursery rhymes.
There's been no rifts in your domain here. Nothing out of the ordinary.
There have been no rifts in the wilds since the last gathering.
A little off topic, but perhaps you should know, but our guide that dropped us off told us that there were, well, we fought them. There were black scar orcs on the southern shore. And he said they never come down south. Thought I'd give you the heads up on that.
They traveled through our forest. We are aware of them. We do believe that they are the only two currently in this area, and we have not been able to ascertain their reason for being on the southern shore.
Is there a larger force anywhere?
They are part of a clan known as the Dark Scars, who call the northwest shore of the Midnight Depths their home. These two traveled over to the southern shore through the winter when the Midnight Depths were frozen. They hunkered down in Winterberry Wood through the winter and have only recently moved out towards the west.
Well, if you were hoping to follow them to see what they were up to, they attacked us and they are no longer living.
That would seem good balance to us.
So your suggestion is that we travel to Frostmount. You're going to assist with that? Is that, I understood
I
that.
will. I can transport you through the plants of the wilds to the forest just outside of Frostmount's front entrance, known as Ironhold.
Lafferty is like, through the plants. How is that done? Like, he just can't help himself.
Landis is like, not now, my friend, not now.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Maybe, Lafferty, one day we will have time to talk about it. But
I would love
right now, my suggestion for all of you would be a good night's rest. We will provide accommodations. And at first light, I can transport you to the forest just outside of Frostmount.
What, there was some connection with the Frost Mount dwarves through the Brawlmar, those guys. No, the guy was sent
Nope.
back to another
So-
Forge Haven was where he was sent.
Forge Haven. Got it.
Yeah,
got
which
it,
is
got it.
another whole
I
clan.
thought it too at first was a connection.
Yeah.
But we don't know.
So
It's just-
you first heard about Frostmount dwarves in Stormside.
Mhm.
That was all Frostmount dwarves in Stormside.
And the
Got it. Okay.
Frostmount dwarves are in combat with the Black Scar orcs.
Right, but we haven't
Right.
met any Frostmount dwarves yet.
Yes,
Yeah, you met him in Stormside.
Ah,
they're bigger than most. Remember, they all have giant-sized weapons.
Remember, they were the really big,
Oh, okay,
burly
got it.
dwarves.
got it. Okay, is that founded by Thunderhorn family?
The
Chrome
town
Creek,
of
Thunderhorn, Iron Roar.
Stormside was.
Yep.
That's the storm.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Those are all Frostmount dwarves.
Got it. But they started their own Stormside.
Yeah,
No.
Stormside is where the Frostmount dwarves
The
bring
Thunderhorn.
materials back and forth from Frostmount.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay.
It's kind of a port because Frostmount is in the northeastern end of the lake,
Mhm.
and they created Stormside in the southwestern end of the lake because it gives them an easy path to Coldhorn or to carry things right down into the protected lands.
Got it. Okay. Well, Nightingale, it seems the trail gets longer.
But at least it's laid out for us, Douglan. We know what we have to do, and that's a bit more than we've had to go on in a long time.
Master John Doerr, any advice about dealing with these Frostmount dwarves? The ones we've met they're a curious lot.
Frostmount dwarves are two things. They are first warriors, and they are second merchants. Your best angle would be to approach them as merchants who are looking to acquire Elder Steel.
Could you share with me the value? I've never heard of Elder Steel. So we go up there with 100 coin and they'll laugh at us, or what are we looking at if we try to purchase?
I unfortunately have not tried to acquire Elder Steel in centuries, and I have never myself purchased it for coin. So I'm sorry, I can't tell you what it will cost you to buy Elder Steel.
Understood. Is there a family name up there? Is there anyone that you've heard of that might be in charge?
Well, to my understanding, the Iron Roar clan lead the Frostmount dwarves currently as the head of their council. So anyone that is a member of the Iron Roar clan would likely be a good place to start.
Nightingale, any questions? Not you, Lafferty. You just hold up, son.
Douglan, I think we have to play this one as it comes.
All right.
All right, I've got a small circle woven from sapling branches to give someone who would like to carry your return ticket to Winterberry.
Nightingale, you want it? Landis.
You want Landis to take it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Magical and the like. Lafferty will just pick it apart.
Yeah, we're not letting Lafferty have it. He'll dissect it and break it.
It'll be all strewn about like,
I took it apart in the evening.
I believe they travel through the protoplasm, and it must be, and of course, the photosynthesis must be a transference. Yes, and he's like mumbling to himself.
Okay, let's be in there somewhere. Yep, right towards the end of your character sheet. There, it's in there.
Okay, perfect.
Perfecto.
I see a worn closed travelers. Nope. Circle of woven sapling. Yeah, got it.
Yep, branches. All right.
Looking forward to a good night's sleep.
Taliesin will meet you outside and ensure that you all have comfortable accommodations for the night. Supper will be brought to you, and at first light, if you meet me back here, we will see to it that you make immediate arrival to the forest outside of Frostmount.
Can Lafferty hang back, let the others go, and can he hang back with Jandar?
If he wants to.
I'm waiting for Master DM to let me know.
Just 1 second here. Just got to do something up for myself. Yes, Iron Hold. I was second guessing myself on the the entrance name to Frostmount. It is Iron Hold. Iron Hold. So as everyone sort of you can see Taliesin is just waiting just outside of this room you're in, and everyone starts to get up. Jandar says, Landis, would I be able to have a moment alone with you, please?
Lafferty will wait. I was like literally asking, it's cool, yeah.
Oh,
Lafferty,
I did hear that, but
no worries. No, he'll be like, and then he'll just kind of put his head down and walk over to the other group.
Sure.
How come Landis got to go first?
I wanted to talk.
What may I help you with, Jandar?
So everyone kind of files out. Taliesin says, "Are you all ready to be taken to your rooms right away?"
Nightingale's like, I believe so.
Douglan, Lafferty, are you ready to go to your accommodations?
I could use a rest for sure. Lafferty's like, yeah, that's fine. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so Taliesin leads you guys off across the village to where your accommodations are. Back inside the little room there, Jandar says, Landis, please take a seat. I have something that I need to speak with you about.
Of course, you'll sit down.
Landis, the pixies in Winterberry are able to speak telepathically with animals. This is how they were able to learn about you from Mud during your travels without you really having any idea that they were around.
It would seem Mud's more of a chatterbox than I realized.
Well, Rula says that he had a lot to say, actually. And one of the pixies kind of peeks her head out from around the corner, and she kind of waves a little bit. But Landis, Mud has a message that he would like to deliver to you through Rula. Something that he's been wishing he's been able to talk to you about for some time. Rula, would you please come out? And she kind of flies around, and she flies over and lands beside Mud. Mud sits up, and hello, Landis. My name is Rula. Mud Mud would like you to come in and join us, please.
Landis gets down eye level with Mud, which is basically on his knees.
Mud kind of places one of his paws on Landis's leg, and then Rula puts her hand on top of Mud's head. My dearest Landis, you have been my brother and my friend for as long as I can remember. You have always looked after me, even when you were struggling yourself. For this, I will be forever grateful. I can't imagine my life without you, but I fear that I will not be able to continue with you. We both know there are tough days ahead. Days that my tired old bones are just not up for. My time on this world is coming to an end, Landis. If it would be okay with you, I would like to stay here with the druids for the time I have left. But please know, if you ask me to come with you, I will. I always will. And you see Rula's got a little tear going down her cheek.
Landis, scratches the head of his buddy. It's like, oh, my friend. We've been given a gift, you and I. Years together. It will be sad to see you go, my friend. But I think our time has come, and I will be forever grateful for your friendship. But I can't ask you to come with us. And I know you would. But I think you'll live out your days here quite happily, and it seems you've made a new friend here with Rula, so I know you won't be alone. I'll manage, I always have. And I don't know what to say. I never knew this day would come so quick. He'll just hold Bud for a while.
Jandar gets up and walks over. Landis, we will take very good care of Mud while you are away. I do believe that Mud does indeed have a very good friend in Rula. He'll be looked after well.
Landis looks at the pixie and he's like, you take good care of Mud. He can be a handful sometimes. He likes head scratches and a warm bit of venison every now and then. But don't feed him any cheese. It's not recommended.
He says the same thing about you.
Landis will stand up and give his buddy a last head scratch and look over at Jandar and be like, I appreciate what you guys are doing for him. He's been a good friend.
Well, he can spend all the time. You can spend all the time together while you are here. And we will look after him while you are out collecting the materials required for the sickle.
Landis will reach down and untie this old tattered leather collar that Mud's had on for years. And it has burnt in it Mud in very rough letters. And you'll think back to when he first made it for him, when he, was full grown and was tired of this big hound always following him around everywhere without a name. So he decided to call him Mud, and they were best friends ever since. And he'll roll it up and poke it in his belt and give him a scratch around the neck and be like, well, old friend, until I see you again. And he'll be like, where are the others?
They have headed to their accommodations. Mud is more than welcome to spend the night with you. You will be right here in the village.
Definitely. That's if
Then-
Rula will part with him.
She will. They'll have lots of time together while you are gone. Now, I believe Taliesin has just returned, and he will take you and Mud to meet with the others.
Landis will look back to Jandar. Jandar, Douglan and his family are good people. And their cause is something that will affect all of the protected lands in Emathan. I do hope you know that.
Landis, we do understand the gravity of the situation, the importance that you get a sickle and return to Tea and Char Winery, I would assume, before harvest time. We will do everything we can. If you get us the materials, we will get you a sickle.
It's perfect. And he'll give a little bow and turn to find Taliesin, Mud tracking along beside him. Landis' hands on him the whole time.
So Taliesin leads you to where the other three are. They're inside kind of a big hut. In the middle of the hut, there's like a round table with chairs all around it, and then there's just beds on the outside edges, like a half dozen beds. It's basically a guest accommodation. It doesn't get a lot of use with the druids, but there's already a meal prepared on the table for you all to chow down on before you turn in for the night.
Well, round the dinner table, Nightingale will light up one of his little Easterly cigars that he used to hide away to smoke, but you know, he's within good company now, so he'll fire them up, offer anybody one. Landis will take one from him. Lafferty, Easterly's finest tobacco.
Sure. Yes, I would love to. And of course, starts peeling it.
What are you doing? You smoke it, you don't dissect it, you fool.
Of course, yes.
I can give you some unrolled tobacco later. You know how hard it is to come by a finely rolled cigar of Easterly tobacco?
Yes, thank you. No, I
Douglan, my last one?
Of course.
Well,
Yes.
if I may take this moment, seems we are on the precipice of an adventure for sure.
Mm-hmm.
We finally got a direction, what we need to get, and I believe between the four of us, we'll be able to do it. Douglan, in no time at all, we'll be back home with that sickle. Tea and Char Winery will be producing alm wine, and we'll get the upper hand of this battle.
Let's hope you're right, lad.
But if not, we'll all die trying, for sure.
Indeed. Let's hope there's no more blasted owlbears.
Yeah. You may die more than the rest of us, but we'll bring you back.
Lafferty is looks up and Landis, are you okay?
Landis is like, huh? Oh yeah, yes, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, you seemed a little distant, like you weren't here. I'm just making sure you're okay.
Thank you, my friend.
All
the
right.
events of today have been a lot. Let's just say that.
Douglan, while you're sitting there having your smoke, and you get a strange feeling again. It's similar to the feeling you got the last time Maggie communicated with you. It becomes like a bit of a dull throbbing in your head for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear, Father, I can only speak once per day. There is so much to tell you. Make sure you are helping Anton. We desperately need the wine.
I'm working on it, lass. I'm working on it. Any response? Just like my daughter doesn't let me get in a word in edgewise. He says this out loud.
Beg your pardon, Douglan?
I think Maggie's trying to communicate with me. It's the second time she's reached out, but I can't talk to her. She says something and then that's it. Like he's got little beads of sweat, eyes got a little bloodshot there. You can tell like a little headache kind of came on and hopefully is dissipating.
Landis will look over at Douglan. Douglan, perhaps he's using something similar to Lafferty's sending. One message one way, one message on return.
Well, but mine uses the rock as a focus, and the messages come out of the rock. It doesn't go into the head. It's a little bit different, I might add. What he's experiencing is something totally different. Also, let's not forget, they're on a different plane of existence, Nightingale. You see, we're here, and the sending stone only works.
Lafferty, I understand the curiosity in this, but right now, I think poor Douglan is more concerned that his messages are getting back to him than the ins and outs of interplanar communications.
Yes, of course. But perhaps I could learn it, and maybe then we can communicate a little bit better with her. But I'll leave it for now. I'm sorry.
We'll take a note to check into it next time we speak with Maggie in the person.
Yes, but perhaps Douglan, like you and I, you could sort of tell me the symptoms and what comes on, and I'll do some research on my end. Maybe there's a way for us to break it so we can send her a message. But yes, I'll work on it. Thank you, lad. Anyway, our first message was that she's okay, which is great to hear. But this last one sounded a little more urgent. She said to help Anton and get the wine. That's what we're doing. So, yeah, I'm glad Master Jean d'Arc can get us to where we need to right quick. Because traveling through the wilds like this, unguided, I don't know how long it would take.
I wouldn't think we'd make it, to be honest.
Perhaps not, but...
Well then, perhaps an early night for all of us, as tomorrow we've got to convince dwarves to give us a pound of elder steel for the coins in our pockets.
Mm-hmm. Druids are notorious for not having written things, right? It's all passed down through, it's lore, it's stories. It's
stories.
Yep. Yeah.
What is known about them is mages writing about them, not themselves.
Yeah. No, I Lafferty wouldn't ask if there's a shaman that they can talk to or anything like that. It's fine. He's going to spend the night as long as he can crafting these bloody bullets.
You mean he's not going to pull that teacup still full of tea out of his pocket and be like, ooh.
He's got a little vial of it. No, he's no, he'll give another shot at another 4 hours of crafting tonight. See if he can't blow
Before
up.
Everyone leaves, Landis raises a glass up and he's like, my friends, a toast to the power of friendship in all of its forms. And he'll scratch mud on the head as he toasts everybody. It's what gets us through this world, isn't it?
Indeed.
And then we'll go to sleep.
All right. You all have a fantastic night sleep. There just seems, up there with the with the fresh air and the gentle sway of the trees and the comfortable beds and a good meal, and everyone feels very rested as you rise in the morning.
No void nightmares.
No void nightmares. In the morning, Landis, you find your book, which you had laid on the table beside your bed, has opened to the page that you wrote your message to your grandfather.
Ooh.
The plot thickens.
I am going to share. Just get Landis open here. Hopefully I can share this with you. Okay, so I will be sharing another story with you there. That open?
No.
Well then, that's it. You don't get it.
Was it something in my inventory I'm supposed to look at?
Nope. Just let me see here. I may.
Oh, there we go. Third entry in Landis's book.
That's it.
Obadiah writes, "My dearest Landis, I hate to say this, but you must make sure Douglan does not get the sickle.
Oh man.
At all costs.
Yeah.
It is
Stop him
imperative."
at all costs.
At all costs.
Jesus.
All right. As you guys start to rise and sort of shake off the morning, Taliesin appears with a big tray full of tea and breakfast for everyone to enjoy. And he says, as soon as you are ready to depart, I will be outside. I will take you to Jandar.
All right. I think we're ready to go.
Landis will kind of pull the group aside, and he'll be like, I've received a message from my grandfather. I didn't know how to tell you all this, but I was contacted by my grandfather a few sleeps ago, and he told me that he is working with the Dooms in order to learn what they know, but he doesn't believe what they believe.
Say what now?
You see his body tenses. He's like, my grandfather is working for the Dooms, but
I
he
heard
doesn't
that.
believe in their ideologies. He's doing it to find out what they know about the happenings in Emathan.
Douglan takes a beat. And what has he found out?
I asked him and told him about the events we've had going on with the attack at Char Winery, the Githyanki, and the Void experience. He writes back to me saying, I am well versed with the situation with the Githyanki, as they are strongly allied with the Dooms. I have sat in meetings of council where Githyanki leaders have spoken. They are a savage race who are determined to rule the Between as a stepping stone towards the invasion of Emathan. The aggression of the Githyanki in the Between are only one of the many concerns that the converging upon Emathan. That being said, it is vital that you stay on your current course and get the Char Winery whatever it needs to produce the Alm wine. The Alm wine will be the deciding factor in whether the Githyanthor can hold them off long enough for others to assist in the war, potentially to turn the tide. Time will be increasingly will be increasingly of the essence as we move forward. I am working on a way for the 4 of you to move more quickly around Emathan, as this will be needed. I have no details to share with you at this time, but once I have a plan, it will become clear. There are dark days ahead. There is much to be done, and if we hope to change the hands of fate, next time, Obadiah von Tenebrin. So it would seem even my grandfather believes that our task at hand is the hand we should focus on. Now, I know telling you all that my grandfather is a doom may make some of you question whether or not he is manipulating us. If you trust me, then you must trust my grandfather. I know him very well. He's the reason I became the mage I am. And I believe he is telling me the truth. I can only ask that you all trust in my knowledge and feelings of my grandfather.
Lafferty asks, how long has he been with the Dooms? He's with the Dooms, right?
He's been gone for years, Lafferty. Vanished without any sign or word from him until I received my inheritance last year, which was his spell book, this key, and this block of crystal. And he'll show the key and crystal to Lafferty because he's hoping that that madman might be able to help.
Oh, the crystal, he's like, everything else is tuned out. He just, if you let him hold it, he's going to look at the crystal. If not, then he'll look at it from afar.
Douglan, as I told you, it was this very spell book that led me to our encounter and joining your campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Why would my grandfather send me to assist you unless he was hoping that you would succeed? I haven't been told to do anything other than help.
Why indeed? So Douglan is just going to nod. He'll say, thank you for sharing. Shall we go? Like, he's uneasy, very uneasy about this. But he's not going to make a big stink out of it right now. But there is tension there for sure. Just kind of carrying on our discussion on the airship. Going to keep that tension rolling. Yeah, he's not.
Well, of course, I just told you that
Yeah.
someone I'm close to is a doom, and you have been betrayed by people you were close to by dooms. Fair enough.
Yeah, he knows, like, he's getting an idea of how they work, right? I mean, yeah, the neighbors were dooms. They tried to kill. Yeah, so he nods and just says, all right, let's get going.
Nightingale puts a hand on Douglan and whispers to him, I'll keep an eye. And then we'll get rolling. Let's go see Jandar and head off to the Frostmount Dwarves.
All right. You collect up your stuff and head outside. Taliesin is there waiting for you, and he leads you back to the same place you were before, and Jandar is there waiting. And he says, so you are ready to depart then?
Oh, indeed. There's much to do. It seems like it's the most pressing thing.
Now, this travel will be a little disorientating. It'll feel like you're sort of getting spun around for a second or two. As you get on the other end, you will feel an urge to step forward. When you feel that urge, step forward, and you will emerge from the plants in the area that I have transported you to. Are there any questions?
Thought you were going to say we were going to have an urge to puke.
Hopefully not.
No questions other than we're not going to appear in the middle of anything, are we?
No, you will not. The plants will always throw you out at worst.
Seems we're being regurgitated by plants. Let's go.
Do you have the item that I gave you?
Landis will pull it out put it back in. We're ready.
The four of you need to each grab on. Close your eyes. And when I count to 3, you will feel the sensation.
I feel a slight pressure.
Take me to the Isle of Naboom Boom.
Are you ready then?
Yes.
We'll all grasp the ring and close our eyes.
Yes.
We are a trusting bunch, aren't we?
Now cough.
All right. So he counts 1, 2, 3, and you just hear the very beginning of 3. Like he said, you all kind of feel like you're spinning and twirling, and then you all get that feeling of sensation to take a step forward.
We will.
When you do so, suddenly there's light. Like where your eyes were closed, you can see light. You open up your eyes, and the 4 of you are standing in a forest.
Once Lafferty gets his bearings, he's going to send Pez out to do a little reconnaissance. Not too far, just kind of a close one, but just up for a little better vantage point.
All right. As the forest here is, we'll call it sort of a more of an average height. The trees here are maybe more in the 30 foot range. Pez gets up above them, and immediately off to the east, you can see mountains, but maybe 100 feet or so through the forest from where you are, you see these enormous fields and animal pens spread out all around. You can see literally hundreds of dwarves are working these fields and animal pens. There's buildings scattered throughout the fields. Some sort of look like barns, maybe workshops. Some of them are definitely guard towers spread out all through. And then sort of far in the distance, in the mountainside, you can see these 2 great iron doors. There's a road that travels straight out of those doors across the fields and kind of disappears in the forest, maybe 40, 50 feet just away from where you have appeared.
Does Lafferty relay all that to us?
Yep. It's kind of relaying it to you as Pez is seeing it.
Well, then I should suggest we hit the road and walk in. We don't want to be accused of sneaking in or anything like that. We're just here looking for some metal, right? What's wrong with that?
Yep. Nightingale.
Yes, Douglan?
I know you're pretty good at being someone else. Do we want to even attempt to have you pretend to be a merchant? Here looking to canvas, find new accounts?
If that's the approach you would like to take, I'm sure Bratus wouldn't mind acquiring some of this metal.
I'm not playing the bloody eunuch again, all right?
Oh, but we make such a good team, Douglan.
I'll be your manservant, but not a goddamn
Ooh.
eunuch.
Bravas without penniless the eunuch. It's all in the details.
It's just a thought. Maybe think about it. I don't know. It worked really well last time.
Well, I'm hesitant that if for some reason we are discovered, it might not look so good. Though I don't think I'll be discovered. I am quite good at what I do, but I haven't had much luck in the disguising category as of late.
You know more than I on this subject. I'll follow your lead on that.
Let's try the... He almost chokes on the word. Honest approach first.
Lafferty, are you okay? That looked like it hurt. Are you okay?
I'm feeling a bit sick from that spin around.
Yes, it was quite disorienting for sure. Yes.
I would agree with the jester. Perhaps coming in as we are leaves nothing to be uncovered. We have nothing to hide. We have no quarrel with these beings. If they are the merchants that the druids say they are, someone coming looking for elder steel might be exactly what they're waiting for.
All right. Onward we go towards those big doors, you think?
Best place to start. Dwarves live in mountains.
There we go.
We'll head to the road and then just start walking through the fields.
Are there people on the roads and stuff, or is there normal activity? What do we see?
So there, the where the road goes into the forest, you can't really tell if there's any traffic on the road as it goes into the forest. There's traffic on the road. It's mostly people coming in from the fields. They get on the main road towards the big doors in the mountainside. But you don't really, from the vantage point as you make it out on the road and start walking in, you can't really tell if anybody is not a dwarf out there. It's the road is probably a mile from where you are to get to the mountainside. As you make your way down the road, nobody you get a bit of a look from dwarves that are working the fields and stuff like that, but nobody seems particularly concerned of your approach. Maybe a quarter of the way towards the mountainside, you come up on your first guard post based on the fact that there's a couple of towers, lots of well-armored dwarves milling about. All of these dwarves are wearing a very, very finely made black plate mail armor. But what immediately catches all of your attention if you remember back in Stormside, you saw the occasional person that was carrying like just these huge weapons, huge battle axes. All of these dwarves are carrying these huge battle axes. Like they look 4 times as big as a regular battle axe. And they're all carrying them on their backs like somebody would normally carry a battle axe.
A dining room table.
So as you get close, one of the guards sort of approaches the party, kind of sizes the 4 of you up as he approaches, and good morning. What's your business here?
Good morning, sir. Good morning. We have come here as peculiarly... He's like, we've come to seek Douglan.
We'd like to speak with a representative from the Iron Roar clan, if that's possible.
There are lots of Iron Roar clansman here. What's your business with the Iron Roar clan?
Well, we're looking to do some business, make some trades, some purchases.
Is there anything in particular you are looking to purchase?
I apologize for my fumblings before. You see, we've never done business with dwarves of your amazing stature, but we're here to try to get some elder steel. We heard you're the only folk that have it.
That is true. You were looking to purchase elder steel?
We are looking to get our hands on some, yes, my man.
The guard kind of looks towards the gate and he says, see the guards at the mountain entrance.
All right.
We'll keep walking. Nightingale looks to Douglan. I apologize, Douglan. I've never been a loss for words, but those axes just make me a little intimidated, if you know what I mean.
They look like they can do some damage, that's for sure, but keep your wits about you, lad.
It won't happen again.
We need that silver tongue of yours. We don't want Lafferty doing the talking, do we? What? Yeah, you need me to talk? Yes, I know why we're here. Elder steel, right? 1 pound, one pound lock, I believe, of elder steel. Only obtained from the Frostmount dwarves.
Keep walking. Yeah, thank you. Probably want a cracker. You're very good.
All right. You start to walk away from the guard post. As you're, maybe 30 feet away or whatever, you hear from behind you, hold up a minute. I need to speak with you.
Nightingale will turn around and walk back towards him a little bit. The rest of the group kind of make them stay where they are. Yes?
This is a different, although dressed the exact same way in the black armor with the big battle axe. But you can see this is a different dwarf. He comes up to you. My apologies, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. My name is Hordram. Hordram Bronzehammer Stonestorm.
That's a mouthful.
What was the last part? Toadstool?
His name is Hordram Bronzehammer Stone Storm. So the way that Frostmount dwarves names go is their name, their family name, and then their clan name.
I thought the father just walked outside and pointed at the first few things he saw and named the child. Oh, there's a bronze hammer and there's a stone storm going on. Not funny, no?
Oh, I just thought you came in third place in a big measuring contest, that's all.
What can we do for you,
Gentlemen,
Mr. Stone Storm?
I couldn't help but overhear your discussion about obtaining elder steel.
Yes.
Elder steel is not sold to outsiders. The guards back there just didn't want to deal with you, so they sent you on ahead to get turned away by the guards at the gate.
I see. Well then.
I have a proposition for you in which I could procure for you 2 pounds of elder steel in exchange for assisting my clan.
Wow.
2 pounds, you say? Well, what would this assistance entail? You've gone under our interest.
There is a clansman who has gotten himself into trouble. It appears that only someone other than a dwarf and help get him out of it. And you are not dwarves. The first that we have not seen in some time this season. What is incredibly important is that this incident is kept quiet, as there is a chance that it could hurt our clan in the upcoming elections to council.
We have experience with dwarves and honor, and you can trust us. Hush is the word, my friend.
It is a deal then?
Well, we'll need to know more details than...
If I may, Master Hordram, first off, we want to help you, of course, because we need that Elder Steel, but you're asking us to make a deal without knowing all the details, as my friend just said. Also, we don't even know what Elder Steel is. Would you be willing to show us so we can take a look, make sure that you have what you say?
He reaches onto his back and he pulls off his battle axe, which, like I said, that it's just huge. The axe head on it is about 4 times larger than a normal battle axe would. He hands it over to Douglan. This axe is made of elder steel.
Lafferty is like flips down a monocle, another one, a few more, and just is like looking right at it. Can he make an investigation check, or
see if it's any type of steel he's seen before,
or not? Like if it is truly steel, he would, I think, know a little bit about maybe metallurgy, maybe not. I don't know. Can he take a look?
Does Douglan take the axe?
Well, yeah, he's going to hold it like this. Yeah.
Okay, so Douglan, as you receive the axe, what you immediately notice is it only weighs as much as a normal battle axe would.
Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. He says it.
You kind of, you pick it up and wield it a little bit. It, unless you saw this enormous axe head that's in your hands, you wouldn't believe you're wielding anything more than a normal 2-handed battle axe.
Like Douglan just kind of goes like more in awe. This is amazing. Does it hold up? It's so light for the size.
Elder steel is only a quarter of the weight of regular steel, and it will hold an edge twice as sharp as regular steel, and it will hold up to the harshest of battles.
Amazing. Do you mind if I show my friend here? This is something else.
Please do.
Yeah, Lafferty's just going to look through it, touch the edge, draw a little blood, just fascinating. Amazing. Yes, I see. Can he, I don't know if I need to make an investigation check or just, I guess
what else are you trying to determine about it?
Lafferty's gonna, he's gonna want to analyze it as best he can, knowing, how he is. And if he can gather anything just from a cursory look, obviously he would scrape a little bit, but not if he had his own sample, he would do that. He just wants to look it over and see if he can decipher anything from it.
Yeah, it looks like steel that you would expect anyone who has built a weapon out of, like it's been forged this way. It's incredibly light. And Lafferty can see, it is very sharp. Definitely holding a sharper edge than a normal weapon would be able to do.
Yes, Douglan, this is
scratching it doesn't even seem to affect it.
This is truly amazing stuff. It just gets lost in analysis.
Nightingale will go over and put his hand on Douglan and be like, "This seems promising. Perhaps we should take it into a place with less ears and eyes."
I would agree. You believe now, then, I can get you Elder Steel?
Well, we appreciate it, Master Dwarf. Lead the way. You have our interest.
Perhaps we shall go somewhere and define the details to our arrangement.
It would be best if I explain it to you as we walk.
Right. Lead the way.
During the winter, a wizard of ours named Emathan was studying a magical tome when the book somehow seized control of him. Emathan has magically locked himself in the Stone Storm throne room using some type of glyph that will not allow any dwarf to enter. We need someone who is not a dwarf that can rescue Emathan. And as I said, it is of utmost importance that we keep this incident quiet. There are upcoming elections in Frostmount, and we cannot afford this to affect the Stone Storm's clan ability to be a member of the council.
What if this Emathan doesn't want to be rescued?
Then he will have to be eliminated.
I see.
May we have a word in private, Mr. Hordam?
Of course, but again, my talking to you, we do need to get away from this area as quickly as possible.
You
Perhaps
just
just
walk
a little
ahead of
ahead.
us.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll follow behind.
Yeah,
You're
we'll keep.
not hard to follow. You're big axe.
Hordram kind of speeds his pace and gets, 20 feet or so ahead of you, walking towards the gates.
Landis will be like, "There's definitely magic involved, and that could be dangerous. We don't know what powers that tome had."
Right. Really, the question is, the first dwarf we met is telling us they don't sell it to anybody, any outsiders. I mean, we can take his word for it and go see if we can't deal with this M-Down. Or we can see if that's the case. I'd venture to say he's probably telling the truth, seeing as the druids can't even purchase it. So it might be our one route, and he's handing it to us on a silver platter. I know there'll be a catch. I know this is going to be something that we don't expect, but it seems the quickest way to solve our problem. Oh man, did you see that axe? Holy cow.
I'll have to take your word for it.
It was something.
I agree with your hesitancy. We may be able to barter for this elder steel, but this may give us leverage that we could use down the road. If we can get favor with these Stone Storm dwarves, perhaps later on in need, we can call upon that favor.
There might be added benefit to taking care of this.
It would seem an election is coming up to these dwarves, and it seems it means a lot to them. So I think we may be able to draw upon this favor later on.
Wise words, Landis.
So
Nightingale,
then it is,
you want to do the honors?
I agree with Landis. It's pretty solid logic. It's always good to have something on somebody that they don't want anyone else to know. In a pinch, it can be very handy.
Yes.
I think it's a great opportunity, Douglan.
Just a reminder, guys, that wizards have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, so it's not going to be like an owlbear. They can do other things, so we should be prepared. I'll mix some things. So, yeah, we can do this. We can do this.
Well, hopefully between the two of you academics, we've got a good chance then, right? Nightingale turn around and kind of jog up next to Hordram and be like, we're here to help. Lead the way.
Excellent. We have a deal then.
A deal. We solve your problem, and in exchange, we get 2 pounds of elder steel.
Excellent. So Hordram and the four of you make your way up to the gates. The gates are open. They're wide open right now. You enter this big hall. The road continues on and goes into a big tunnel a couple of 100 feet across this hall. But what catches your eye is there are smaller tunnels that line all around, 4 on this side of the main tunnel, 4 on that side, and they have kind of a shimmery glow to them. And when you look through, there appears to be what looks like almost like a city just on the other side of the shimmering. And Hordram says, "We will take the portal to the clan, the the Stone Storm clan's city, and I will then take you to the throne area where you can hopefully access where Emdan is."
Are you saying all of these portals to different parts?
They all travel to the various clan cities within Frostmount.
Oh, how many clans are there?
There are currently 8 clans.
Well, let's get a move on.
All right, so he takes you
Lafferty
over.
asks 100 questions.
There's a big archway, and basically carved into the top of the archway, it says Stone Storm. You walk through, there's a bit of a disorientation for a split second, and then you are walking down a roadway. Before you, there is sort of dim light throughout this city. So it's not as bright. It takes a little bit for your eyes to adjust to it, but it is not darkness. It's sort of dimly lit, almost like dusk. And it seems to be coming from a large globe that floats over top of the city, just casting this dim light across the whole city. Hordram kind of, you can tell he's sort of taking back roads and alleyways and such, and you eventually get to this very large building towards the center of town. You immediately sort of think that could probably be a palace, or definitely a government building, or something where power resides. He takes you guys around to the backside, talks with some guards that are there, and you're brought inside of this building. You're down some hallways, and you come into this big foyer area. There are about a dozen guards who are all in front of this big double doorways that are closed in front of you. All the areas you're walking around are sort of dimly lit by lanterns, by glowing globes, stuff like that. So although you're not in full light, You are able to, those of you without dark vision, see your ways around. Hordram goes up to the guards and speaks with the guards. 4 of them step aside, and the doorway, giving you access to the double doors ahead. You guys walk up to him, and Hordram says, on the other side of these doors is the Stone Storm throne room. We have not been able to gain access to it since Emdan entered. I will warn you, one other who was not a dwarf entered. We have not seen him since.
What can you tell us about Emdan? Are we talking a high level
Is he a
spell
powerful caster?
He is a powerful caster.
Great.
Did he work with anybody that might know what tomb he was delving into?
No, he is a very lonesome figure.
Do you have blueprints of this throne room we could have a look at so we know what we're walking into? Is it one entrance in and out? Multiple
This
levels?
is the only entrance in and out of the throne room.
Hordram, do you know the tome that he was reading by chance?
We do not. We wish we did. It would possibly give us the information we needed to enter.
Landis will look at Lafferty. They said the tome took control of him, so there must be some powerful entity either bound to it or held within it.
Yeah, perhaps it's not him, but
Yeah.
not him is controlling it. So, well, yeah, I think we have to prepare for the worst. Douglan, you might want to drink that before we go in. Are you sure about that? Yes, it's quite safe, and it can give you a little extra. You might need it.
And perhaps we could take a biological before we go through these doors.
All right, that
Yes.
seems like it would be appropriate
Hordram,
at this time.
Hordram, where's the restroom? We'd like to, little pregame. You gotta, clear the bowels before you exercise, right?
All right.
Empty the chutes before you give out the shits.
All right, gentlemen, we will take a quick break and be right back. All right, we're back. Okay, gentlemen, you are standing before this door. Hordram, gentlemen, I'll show you what we've been up against. And Hordram goes up to the door, and as he reaches for the door, you see this glyph slowly glow in the door. And you can see Hordram is pushing as hard as he can to get his hand to the door, but he can't even touch the handle. The closer his hand tries to get, the brighter this glyph on the door appears.
Lafferty, what do you make of that glyph?
He looks and he just tries to put his hand on the knob.
You're able to just reach out and touch it.
Can I do an Arcana check on that glyph to see if I can come up with maybe what kind of magic we're coming against or could be at play?
Yeah, absolutely.
Will you assist, Lafferty?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Oh yeah.
So it's a type of glyph of warding, and it is essentially, the glyph says no dwarf shall pass.
Can I make, I know this is going to seem really random, but can I make a Arcana check that maybe I've ever come across anything at Windrest Academy about a spell book containing an entity that maybe had something against dwarves?
Sure. Yep. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
That's sure if you want to.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh no. No.
Doesn't mean there's anything, but
No.
I mean, you've read lots about evil books that can seize people. Lots of evil wizards have created books that capture people. Necromancers have created books that steal souls. But you don't remember ever reading anything that was specifically directed at dwarves.
Okay.
The fact of a book seizing its reader.
Yeah.
You've read lots of stories of similar books, but not that is specifically directed at a dwarf.
Okay.
Perhaps Landis, this might be just something as simple as he may have brought something in. He may have just lost, maybe he brought something in and lost control of it. Nevertheless, I think we have free passage in. The dwarf was right.
Well, let's.
What do you figure, Douglan? How should we enter this room?
All right, lads. Let me go in first. And then you spread out behind me. I'll take the front, but be ready for anything.
Nightingale puts his hand on Douglan. He goes,
Douglan, you are a great man. Whatever we face in there, I'm sure you can overcome.
in his attempt to inspire you with a little bardic inspiration.
He stands up a little bit straighter. Thank you, lad. Didn't know you felt that way.
And I cast bardic inspiration on Douglan before he goes in.
This may be our last meeting, but you're a great man.
Okay.
I got your back. If you get killed horribly, I will bring you back time and time again. You can count on me.
If they rip out your arms.
If you are horribly disfigured, I will be your friend forever. I will marry Maggie just so she will remember your name.
He looks at you.
Too far? Too far?
Focus, lad.
I will marry Maggie.
Jesus. Focus, lad. Let's
Get
go.
in there. See what we
Let's
got.
So Douglan,
Landis will also put Hero on Douglan's shoulder so we can get some eyes on the room real quick. And he'll put his hand on Lafferty's shoulder and be my eyes, Lafferty, so that I can tell you what's in this room. And he'll start looking through Hero, who's hiding on Douglan's shoulder as he enters.
All right. So Douglan, you open the door again, just like Lafferty did. You're able just to reach out. You can hear the murmur from the dwarves. I don't know if anyone speaks dwarf. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But they're murmuring amongst themselves. They're just, it's just like, how are they doing that?
Who are you that flies so good?
Douglan, you open the door, opens up towards you, and you immediately feel kind of a heat that is radiating out of the room. Not obnoxiously hot, just kind of warmer than in the foyer area where you are. It is a very large room. Like, you're just kind of looking through the doorway. You can kind of see that area, but you can tell it goes on ahead up through. The room is very well lit. It's quite brightly lit. With a very orangish glow to the light. There's torches all along the walls where you can see that are lighting up the room. But this orangish glow within the room is from something else you can't see yet.
Can I do a divine sense? 60 feet, celestial, fiend, or undead?
Good
You
call.
can, and you sense none of those things.
Okay, well, it's not a celestial, fiend, or undead, lads. Just thought I'd mention that. So he's going to step in.
All right, I will share the map
Roll initiative. It's a bubble we've all been waiting for.
with you.
Holy moly.
Oh, it's so pretty. Look at
So-
that.
Is that a fire pit in the middle?
It is. It's a big chasm that goes down to lava.
Oh,
Okay.
lava.
That's
Don't fall
where
in there.
that's where the orange light is coming up from.
And we're right there at the bottom. I got it. Okay.
At the
Do I see
bottom.
anybody in the room?
You do. On the far end of the room from where you are, you can see a robed dwarf. He is floating about 6 feet off the ground.
That's terrifying.
His arms are pulled back, his legs are pulled back, his head is pulled back by some unseen force. You can see his eyes, even from here, are kind of just white, like they're maybe rolled back in his head. And his mouth is wide open, like it's in some sort of noiseless scream. In front of him is a large book that is just floating, as if he would be reading it in front of him. The book's pages are maybe 2 feet by 1 foot. It's a really large book, and it's just floating there just in front of him.
Lads, I don't think this is him. But Douglan's going to step in and kind of go to the left of the pit slowly. Let the others come in if they want.
Okay, you guys can see yourselves on the end of the map there?
Yeah.
Just inside the door?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can just move yourself wherever you want to go.
Copy. All right. Yeah, he's going to take a few steps to the side because that sort of long oval.
That's a magma pit.
Yeah, that's a magma pit. Okay, got it.
Don't go near there. Are those columns on the sides or tables, round tables?
They are columns.
And are those benches between or walls?
They are benches on the floor.
Oh my.
Yeah. So you can see between the columns, those are full suits of that black armor that you saw. Each one is holding one of the big battle axes. It's all made out of stone. It's not the actual armor, but it's made up to look just like those plate mail armored dwarves holding the big axes, like you saw for real outside.
Through Hero's eyes, do we see any other beings in the room? Like they told us that something else had entered. Is there any bodies laying anywhere?
There is no sign of anyone else.
Keep doing this. Okay. Landis will follow fairly close to Douglan And Nightingale's going to dash over and hide by this column.
Lafferty, Landis, I think this is, you might be needed to figure out what's going on here. Stay close. Lafferty.
So, watch yourself, Douglan. There could be other wards around.
There's something amiss here. You don't need me to tell you that. He's gonna again slowly creep forward. Is there any movement, any change to the dwarf zombie?
Nope, it is just, it's frozen in place there. Like I said, arms and legs pulled back, head pulled back, eyes rolled in the back of his head, his mouth open in a soundless scream.
Landis will come up, kind of giving himself a wide berth to that lava pit. I don't want to have a fiery death. Douglan, do you speak Dwarvish?
No, Lafferty does.
Lafferty, call out to Endam, see if there's any reaction in Dwarven.
Yes, he yells out. Master Dwarf, are you okay? In Dwarven.
There's no answer. No change in Emdan whatsoever.
Okay. Douglan turns to Nightingale.
What?
Take a look at the perimeter. We'll follow head on, okay? Make sure nothing jumps out these columns.
I'll keep an eye on the left-hand side. We've got some distance to the right, so we got some time to react.
Indeed. There's a fire pit in between.
Nightingale's going to kind of parallel their movement, Colin. So as they move along, Nightingale will, but always coming so that he can see them.
Yep.
How high is the ceiling?
About 100 feet.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There's no sturges up there, is there?
Thousands of them just waiting to come down and
I hate those things, man.
puncture you to death.
How about those void monsters? Any of those? No, we do not.
There are now.
Damn it. All right. Landis, Lafferty, are you guys close enough to take a look? There's a weird book in front of them.
We're too far, Douglan. Get us to within 60 feet. Generally, most spells don't have an effect beyond there, but I wouldn't want to go any closer until we get a bit better of a look.
Okay.
Nightingale will have his whip drawn. And as he's moving along, he's muttering out a prayer to Valamor to watch over him and his friends so that they make it through this. He's calling upon his patron. Valamor, give me the strength and the guidance to get through this. Okay, that's close enough. What can we see from here, Colin? Make out any other details? We're roughly like, what, 70, 80 feet away?
Yeah. You know, you're seeing things a little more clearer as you get close, but you're still seeing the same scene. Emdan is floating about 6 feet up in the air. All his appendages seem pulled back behind him. The book just floats just there in front of him. You know, almost if he was floating there, he could be reading it where it's sitting there in front of him.
Landis,
Yes.
don't you have a spectral hand that could close that book from here?
I need to be closer, Douglan.
How close?
Within 30 feet. Give me a moment. And Douglan watches as this very delicate black spider crawls down his body and starts to crawl towards the book. I'll see if I can get eyes on what's going on. And Hero will scurry along the floor towards the.
All right. As Hero is scurrying along, suddenly
You see him on there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Suddenly in all of your heads, you hear speaking.
Well now, if it isn't one of Gaff's little minions and his band of misfits, this is turning into much more fun than I had anticipated. Speaking of fun, I hope you don't mind, but I invited a few friends over for lunch. And you're the main course.
Okay. Yeah. So
You guys hear the door slam and Nightingale's gone.
yeah, goodbye. All right. So
All right
hearing that,
is right.
Is it that
As
time
we-
to break
As
forth?
we like to say in the movies,
roll initiative.
roll for initiative.
Oh yeah!
Nice.
I'm on fire.
I am on caca.
I beg your pardon? Oh,
Ugh. Ugh.
that was even with advantage. Okay.
All right. You hear from the pit, just back behind you, this low growling sound, and a large dog, sort of fiery looking beast, hops up out of the pit below.
Scheitzer.
Scheitzer.
The two of them just hop up onto the edge. They look like great big huge dogs, big wolves, except they're sort of burning.
That's not normal.
All right, Landis, you have initiative. So you see these two big beasties jump up out of the fiery pit behind you guys.
Landis takes a step up to Lafferty and placing a hand upon Lafferty, incantations appear around his arm and swirl and kind of pour into Lafferty, and he is bestowed with dragon's breath.
Oh God.
But the effect is one momento. Let me see what I can do. Let's go cold. These beasts
right.
come from hell. We'll freeze it over. So I cast Dragon's Breath on Lafferty.
Lafferty breathes
Uh-oh.
out, and you can see like the fog, the cold breath.
Some serious indigestion coming on again, Lafferty.
No, this is cold. He's not puking acid this time.
Yeah. He just had like a Hall's mentholyptus or something.
Oh, when I breathe in, it's so cold.
And then with my remainder of movement, I move back over. I think I did 5 feet of movement. I don't want to be in half square, so let's go there. I back up to there. And when do I get to move a familiar? Do they happen right immediately after me?
Yeah, basically on your turn each time you can move your familiar.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it's your initiative.
So Hero continues to move towards the book.
Okay.
And as soon as he's about there, he'll stop because he's got to try to figure out a way to. The book is floating, I take it?
Yeah, the book's like 8 feet in the air.
Okay.
9 feet in the air.
Okay. That's where he'll stop. Kind of the spider just kind of stops on the floor.
All right.
That's Landis.
Emdan is just going to continue to float where he is. Our first Hellhound is going to charge after Lafferty. All right, so this thing just comes bounding up, snarling, flames licking out of its mouth. It is going to use its fiery breath weapon against Lafferty. So as this thing comes up on you, Lafferty, it bursts forward this blast of flaming breath.
That's nice.
You weren't ready for it, bro. You weren't ready for it. Oh my God.
Okay.
That hurt.
Holy shit. Oh,
That
okay.
hurt.
Big time.
Never fear. I'll beat you with my healing stick.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, the Hellhound is on Lafferty. Our magical tome will continue to float there. Our second Hellhound charges Douglan.
Stop.
Yep. I'm getting used to getting beat on the way over.
Yeah. Oops. Let's see. Dude. Is he? It's. I have to. Well, I'll just roll over it. Oh, nice. Not so nice. It does stop him, but I don't think that'll stop his breath. So, unless it's a 5-foot range, which would be wonderful for a breath weapon.
Yeah. 15-foot cones.
Oof. Lafferty's done.
Oh,
Jesus.
just directing it at Douglan. All right. Using his breath weapon against.
You got decent
All
hit
right.
points, Lafferty.
He can't move forward anymore, right?
No.
Being clobbered.
Yeah, he stops his movement. Jesus Christ, man. One of those nights of rolls, just no buenos.
All right. So Douglan, much like Lafferty was, just gets engulfed in this blast of flaming breath from this Hellhound. And Lafferty.
All right, Mr. Lafferty Jones, you are in a world of hurt. All right, he is going to try to. For some reason, I still have Orc 9. I don't know why. Orc 9 targeted.
You can just clear your targeting, right? There you go.
There we go. All righty. Okay. So he is going to try for shocking grasp at this guy. Oh, excellent. All right.
Is a hit.
All right. He takes that amount of damage, and he is going to take his full movement and get the fuck out of there. Actually, he is going to go. No, because Douglan's not going to have. Yeah, he will. Okay. So, yeah, he is going to go this way. And as a
Good.
bonus.
Because it,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
so what about an opportunity attack?
Shocking grasp gets rid of reactions.
Yeah, he can't take a reaction.
Right.
That's why
I'm
he
like,
did that.
I know there's a reason he's doing that,
Yes,
right? I forgot
yes.
it. You lose your reaction. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And then
That's what I have you guys here to remind me of all the rules I'm supposed to know.
I think we've talked about this. Drinking a potion is an action, not a bonus action, correct?
Correct. You can pull the potion out
Mm-hmm.
as your interact with object, but to actually consume, like you can pull it out to give to someone,
Mm-hmm.
but if you're going to consume it, it is your action.
Got it. No. Okay. No. So bonus action, he is going to healing word himself for
Oh, nice.
big points of healing. And that is Lafferty's turn.
Excellent. Nightingale, your friends are getting barbecued.
How high is that bench? Just a regular bench for dwarves.
It's dwarf size, so it's a little lower. We'll say it's only about a foot off the ground.
I run over and I jump up onto it.
Okay.
And let me see. I see hellhounds. I see the Lafferty, who now looks like Freddy Krueger.
He's not attractive to begin with.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
He is not attractive to begin with. He kind of looks like Deadpool right
This
now.
didn't help any.
Mm-mm.
I will. Where am I at here? Sorry, fellers. I'm so caught up in the action.
Well, I mean, you didn't know you were coming to a barbecue, so now you got to kind of figure out.
Yeah, I'm
are
like,
you
I
ready?
didn't bring salad. I feel embarrassed. Nightingale holds up his whip and he calls to Valamor to grant his allies the strength to defeat this evil. And bless is cast upon Douglan, Lafferty, and himself. You can bless up to 3 creatures within 30 feet, and we're all within 30 feet.
Alrighty. Hail to Valamor.
And then with his last 10 feet of movement, he drops in next to Landis and is like, you deal with that book. We'll deal with these hounds. Douglan, I'm coming. And that's the end of Nightingale's turn.
Alrighty. Douglan, you're a little singed. That bastard of a hound just scorched you good.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right. So, yeah, he's going to yell out, Lafferty, stay behind me. Nightingale, I need you to clean up the scraps that I'm going to leave for you. Huh? So he's going to continue to target Hellhound 10. Oops. Why is it doing that?
You've got Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah, he has. I did that before he walked. That was my pep talk.
Yeah,
Right.
I
I'm
give the
Douglan.
lovin's to Maggie while he was, if he dies. That's the way he knows he's not going to die because he doesn't want Maggie caught up with
Because
me.
he just does not want that going on.
All right, so from 10 feet away, he's going to take a crack. There we go. And I am going to drop one smite on this Hellhound. Although I don't know it's Hellhound. It just came up for the lava. I'm going to assume it's...
Right now, they're fire dogs to you
Yeah.
guys. It's damn fire dogs.
Nice.
Nice. Nicely done.
And then the second attack.
That is my holy hand grenade.
So that's his miss. He's pretty low, but okay. So as a bonus, no, it's a dexterity. But no, it's just the AC. Okay, so he is going to take step back. And that's his turn.
Alrighty. Landis, we're at the top of the order.
I will. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Landis will kind of, as he begins to move towards the book, so I'll do a first 5-foot step here. His hand reaches up and a cold ice seems to form around his hand as this blast of cold shoots towards Hellhound 14, and he casts Frostbite upon him. You cause numbing frost to form on one creature that you can see within range. The target must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed, it takes a d6 damage and has disadvantage on its next. It says weapon attack, but I don't think that will matter.
Can you hit the one object?
Anything it uses is its weapon.
Okay, then I'm freezing this sucker.
It just wouldn't be a spell attack if it used a spell attack, right?
So here's the. Hang on, what is that? It's a save, so I'll cast the save on it. Succeeded. On a failed save, the target takes cold damage. So it's a save or suck spell, so nothing happens. Before the frostbolt can get to it, it melts out of its.
It kind of hits the dog and just melts off it without any effect.
You hear Landis curse under his breath, "Damn fire dog!" And then
we may Landis
down.
and Lafferty and Douglan may not make one more round. Just so you know.
Yeah, I got it.
Beat me with that heel stick.
I'm coming. I told you I was coming.
All right. That's it for you, Landis?
I did a cantrip. Let's see if I got. Oh, look in my bag. I've got nothing that can help right now.
Oh, look what I have. Nothing of use.
Yep, that's it for Landis.
All right. Emdan continues to float there, oblivious to the world around him. All right. Our Hellhound does not regenerate his breath weapon. Aren't you a lucky man?
Yeah, it would have been lights out.
All right, this hellhound is going to charge Nightingale.
Sorry, I was invisible. Did I not say that?
So this thing comes bounding up on you and just tries to tear into you with its snarling, fiery maw. And it misses. You're like, woo!
Not these clothes, you're not. No, I like these.
It's my favorite jester outfit.
You know how hard it is to come by one of these in the wilds?
And our second hellhound does not recharge its breath weapon.
Oh, we
And
got to break,
it
Douglan. Capitalize.
Comes
Capitalize.
bounding after Douglan. Don't worry, I've learned.
I know. I'm sorry if I keep doing it.
Keep doing it every time. We don't ever want to miss that.
Oh,
Oh.
good freaking Lord. What did I do? Forceful punch.
As your arm goes limp. Oh, God. The arm you use
Oh
to make
my
the attack
God.
is incapacitated.
Oh, dude. This is too much.
It was good knowing you. I'm glad I drank the friendship before you died.
All
No,
right,
I gotta.
8 rounds.
It is.
Oh, 8
It
rounds.
is so perfect that Douglan throws out a shoulder.
Yeah.
It's so freaking
It had to
perfect.
happen eventually.
It's so freaking perfect. Oh my God. Yeah, I miss.
All right,
Come at me, bro.
the hellhound moves in again. Its big fiery maw, just trying to tear into you.
Your arms all dangly.
Yep.
Oh,
And it misses.
you did
Wow.
more damage to yourself than
Even with your dangling arm, you're able
Yeah.
to avoid this thing.
God.
All right, Lafferty Jones.
All righty, Lafferty Jones. What are you gonna do, lad? All right. All right, so he's going to step one here. It's a 15-foot.
cone. Yes.
Cone?
Yeah,
The fire breath? Yeah, 15
Yeah.
foot cone.
got it. Yeah, so I'm just gonna target Hellhound 10. Can you take off? For some reason, he's targeted himself and Hellhound 10. I don't know why. He's got everybody targeted. All right, let's try that again. All right. Hellhound 10. There we go. I don't have it, so could you
Yep.
do the honors?
I will do the honors. So you breathe. It is a save or take half. It failed, so it takes full damage. Now, do I need to specify, like, does it
Cold
being
damage.
cold damage do any more damage?
I don't believe so. Let me check here. No, it's immune to fire damage, obviously, but there is no nothing to do with cold.
Nice.
Like you see Lafferty, he kind of coughs a little bit. And just focuses this nice cold air right on this Hellhound. He is then
Little icicles hanging off your teeth when you're done.
yes.
Snotsicles.
Snotsicles hanging out of your nose.
All right, and then he is going to move back. I think he used 5 feet, so he is going to go here. And that's his turn.
Sir Lafferty, he ran away. I did not.
Bravely ran away, bravely ran away.
All right, that's it for you, Lafferty.
Mm-hmm.
Nightingale. This hellhound just took this big fiery snap at you, just clipping your clothing, but not doing any damage.
Nightingale will hold that rod up in the air, and a wave of healing energy blasts out in a 30-foot radius. Mass cure wounds.
Towards
a wave
your
of
kin.
healing energy washes out from a point centered within range. So it has a 60-foot range. 30 feet for that, so I can hit Lafferty, Jones, and Douglan. They each receive 3d8 plus my spellcasting hit points.
I'm not sure you can hit Lafferty and Douglan with a 30-foot cone.
It's not a cone. It's a 30-foot radius sphere.
Oh, radius sphere. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Basically 60 feet wide.
Yep, you can definitely hit them. Roll some healing. Oh, beautiful.
Nice. Oh. Damn, dude. Holy cow.
So it says I'm casting a whole bunch, but it's just how I'm keeping track of how many points it costs.
Yep.
Okay, because Douglan didn't get any healing.
I know.
Oh. Oh, there you go. I like the other one better.
I like the other one. It's only 8 points difference. You got a pretty good shot.
I'll take it.
And that is Nightingale's turn. I will
Excellent.
take a hit in order to heal your buttocks. If I die, it's your fault, Douglan.
I mean the one-armed man?
Well, would that have healed that injury?
Nope, I don't want it. I want him to have a popped shoulder, because you guys are gonna laugh. I popped my shoulder 3 times. So
Okay, but I don't want you to
feeling this.
die. So would that have healed it? Or that would be a restoration type thing?
A mass cure wounds.
I've got a plan, Nightingale. It's okay.
No, but I kind of feel like you just got magical healing. Your arm
Pop back in.
would pop back in. Yep. I'm gonna go with that. I feel
Thank you.
that's
Thank you,
that's
DM.
right.
I don't
How-
listen to my friend. He's gone mad from owlbear fever.
I'll take it. But what about like maybe one?
Owlbear fever.
Yeah.
It's just kicking in now.
Yeah. He's like, what was that? What was that? Did you hear that? Was that a
No,
whoop,
you're like
whoop?
this. No, don't heal my arm. It's okay. I got this.
I'm gonna attack right now.
Okay.
You better attack right now. That's the end of Nightingale's turn, Colin.
Yep. We'll go to Douglan.
All right. I was seriously going to drop his halberd and grab a spear, but since he'd like it, just like he just kind of like does the what's his Mel Gibson in
Rams it into the face of the,
yeah, he just goes
the fire dog.
pops it back in, just grins and bears it. And it's gonna take another couple of pops. This freaking hellhound Ted. Is he targeted? No. It's gonna be though. Douglan.
He's gonna be.
Target. God damn it. Target this bastard. Did it hit? Yep.
It did indeed.
Alrighty. Drop, you bastard. And then, like, he does the backhanded swing, but this is the one that really hurts. He screams out in pain, but he still gets the swing off. Let's see if it throws it off a little bit. No. Wow. He just
Pain focuses
grins it.
Douglan, buddy.
Yeah. He just grins, bears it. This is a tough little sucker. All right. I still have a bonus action.
His mama never raised no wussing.
Exactly. No, he definitely is feeling this. All right. No, that's going to be, is Sanctuary a bonus? It is a bonus action, and it's 30 feet. All right. Douglan is going to cast Sanctuary on Landis as a bonus action.
Okay.
Hopefully that'll help you. Keep the baddies off you. And that's his turn.
What does Sanctuary do?
You got to make a wisdom saving throw to attack you.
Got it. I
Yep.
like that. I'll take that.
Nightingale, get this one off me.
All right, takes us to the top of the order once again, Landis von Tenebrin. What do you got?
I move to there, which is within the 30 feet range I need for Mage Hand. I will cast Mage Hand and I will try to close the book with it.
Okay.
Floating spectral hand can appear at any point you choose within range. The hand lasts for the duration or until dispelled, and it hand vanishes if it moves more than 30 feet away from me. You can use the action to control, manipulate objects, open, unlock doors, stow, retrieve items, things like that. It can't lift more than 10 pounds.
Okay.
I will attempt to close the book with the Mage Hand.
I imagine it's this sort of thing, like a
Yeah.
So
Or-
the mage hand is pushing against the book. It's not budging.
I will then continue the other, I think I got 10 feet of movement there. And
Right.
at this point, Hero, is there anything close by Hero can climb up to drop down on this book? Like how far would he have to go?
Use your mage hand.
Yeah, maybe next round, yeah.
I mean, to get up, Hero would have to go over to one of these columns.
Oh, I forgot Hero is a jumping spider. Yeah, I'd have to climb up to a column across the roof. I got it. Okay, Hero's just gonna hold ground there.
Okay.
And that is Landis's turn.
All right. Emdan continues to Hellhound's fire breath does not recharge.
Oh, thank you, Valimor, for the strength to defeat this creature.
All right. Hellhound 14 attempts to tear into Nightingale once again, snarling and clawing at the ground. It takes this enormous fiery snap at your favorite kneecap.
That's very specific.
And you're able to just quickly dodge your favorite kneecap away as
Little
it
did he know I'm
snaps down.
double jointed in the knees and they fold back out of the way.
You do like an Irish jig.
And our next Hellhound also does not recharge his fire breath. He breaks away. So Douglan, you are going to get an opportunity attack on him. Charging towards Landis.
All right.
Go ahead and take your opportunity attack because he will move away the next
Come on, Sentinel. Jesus Christ.
Douglan, will you stop being a wussy and kill something?
Jiminy Christmas, man. I mean, it still has to make a wisdom saving throw to attack him, but Jesus. Jiminy Christmas, man.
40. All right. It attempts to tear into Landis.
Well, first it must, what do you call it?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
What is the DC for that?
Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
7.
You ward a creature within range attack until the spell ends. Any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or a harmful spell must first make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or
You
spell.
should have it under your spyglass.
I
this
just
drop.
wanted to read it. That's all.
Sorry. Go ahead, keep reading.
Dude, where the heck is it? I honestly don't see it.
Well, do you have the ability to do the wisdom saving throw on your end?
Oh yeah, maybe that's it. I put the effect on. Did I put the effect on him? I think
No.
I did. No?
No, Landis has no
I
effect.
don't see anything. Would it be on Landis or on the Hellhound?
I don't know. Let's try it.
I've got
That
sanctuary.
sounded harsh.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try and attack and just see what happens. If he has to make that wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
You twisted
Twist-
an ankle.
Has half move.
Nice.
I could have taken that one instead of popping my shoulder.
Okay, well, I guess the wisdom saving throw really didn't matter since it missed anyway. And it 5 rounds, it has a twisted ankle.
Yeah, but still, we got to figure that out because that's a.
I feel like you need to put that on the Hellhound.
Should I try that? You want to try to roll again?
Yeah,
Well,
we'll just see what happens.
Like, do you have the spell? Can you open it up?
Yeah, it doesn't say anything. It just says note sanctuary 1 minute, targets never. Like I've opened up both of the
It has no save button.
I don't see it. No.
Nope, that didn't do anything with Sanctuary on him.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find it with the please continue. Please continue.
First time casting it, so you know.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Lafferty.
We come across this every now and then with the first times.
Yes. Lafferty.
All right. Yeah, this beast has twisted its ankle in its attempts to snap at Landis. Lafferty.
All right. 15 feet. Let's see. I think that is. I think that's 15. If you could move me, can you?
Yep.
No, it's 20. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to target him with, if you would do the honors.
You would hit me.
I meant to go 15, but for some reason it went like 20 feet. There we go.
So you're breathing on him?
Absolutely.
It failed.
It failed.
This guy's going to drop.
It's going to be, listen
it.
for it, a popsicle.
Nice.
I didn't
Well
use the
done,
rest.
Lafferty.
There it is.
All right. So with the remainder of his movement, he is going to get right there.
All righty. So this blast of icy breath comes from Lafferty. This thing just kind of ices over and goes against the ground.
Shatters.
Landis's eyelashes are all frosty. Oh, wow. That is quite effective, isn't it?
All right, Nightingale.
Okay, it is on, baby. Nobody needs healing. I can actually fight in this game. Nightingale will... The whip of Valamor strikes out, and you hear this crack as it whoosh, and tries to wrap itself around this hellhound. He hits. Oh, did that just actually do a whip crack?
Yes.
The hellhound is now grappled.
Okay. You want to put the grappled condition on it, or I can do that?
If you could do that, I don't have that prepared.
Okay. And that is on Hellhound 14. Is grappled. Ah.
And now
That works. Sorry.
I could use a bonus action, Colin, to disengage. And I will actually back 5 feet up because that leaves him within the 15-foot range that my whip has. So he's still grappled, but now I'm out of range.
All right.
And because I used my cunning action to disengage, he can't do an opportunity attack.
Nice.
So
Nicely
he is
done.
grappled, but I am out of range. You cannot come get me. Stab away, Douglan. That's
Very
the
nice.
end of Nightingale's turn.
All right, Douglan.
All right.
Nightingale has grappled this thing. It's unable to move.
He's gonna pop in right here.
Well, don't stand right next to me.
Never you mind, lad. I got this. Don't worry. Not that I'll hit, but I've got this. Oh, that was almost a 3. That was almost a
Yeah, I was like,
3.
oh, please.
All right. Oh, nice.
Very
Nice.
well done.
Second attack.
Nice hit.
Maximum.
Oh, that was almost a 20.
Second hit.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
All right. So then
Maxed out in both attacks.
he is going to take 5 steps back. And if it comes 5 feet closer, lad, I'll stop him where he stands. And that's his turn.
All right. Landis.
I shall move to there. And using the powers of the ancients, I will blast this book to smithereens as I raise my hands up and flame shoots out at the delicate pages of that tome. I cast Burning Hands. The 15-foot
Okey-dokey.
cone. The 15-foot cone could easily be directed to not
Hit Mdan.
or my spider. He's going to be
Wait,
kind of
spider's on the ground.
yeah, he's going to be below. He's right at my feet. So I don't think it gets a save, does it, my friend? It does. Would the spellbook get a DC save?
Yep. It still gets a save.
It's a dexterity save. It can't move.
How do you know?
Okay. Oh, it didn't
doesn't
move.
It
It didn't move.
It didn't move.
Nice.
So as Landis hits the book with this burning hands blast, the back covers, which kind of looked like leather, turns a very blackish, like as if they were burnt. And now from the pages, this blue flame is burning a couple of feet up from the book itself.
Scheitzer.
Lafferty, is that a good sign?
I'm gonna say no. My guess is we kind of awoke what was ever in that book. So yeah, you may want to back up a little bit.
All right, Hellhound 14. We'll get. I guess he gets to make a attempt to break the grapple.
Yes. And my attack was, I can't find it. One more whip was a 17 DC.
Just got to try and make a strength check. Meow, meow, meow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's unable to. His fire breath did not regenerate, so he just kind of takes an air snap at you, unable to move.
Nightingale's like, yeah.
Oh, sorry. For some reason that jumped. Oh, sorry.
He's dead.
He's dead. Never mind. Why did it skip him? Oh, he's dead. Never mind. Lafferty.
Okay. Lafferty is going to take 10.
Breathe, buddy, breathe.
Yeah. Can I angle it to where I just hit the tome from there?
Easily.
What are you shooting?
Breathing on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Oh.
If you could do the honors, good
We
sir.
are kicking its butt with a fire and ice. I like it.
I am. Lafferty's like, I can't believe I'm attacking a book, but I think it's the right thing to do.
Dex save again, Colin?
For the book?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It doesn't move again.
Oh.
Oof.
Don't hold back, Lafferty. Just let out the air. You went in
Tried
like this.
He tried to do it through a nostril.
Oh, show off. Trying to just make sure you didn't
Yeah.
hit the guy.
Yeah, he tried to angle it.
Got it. Love it. Love
Is that
it.
it for you, Lafferty?
Yeah, he's gonna use his last 5 feet and move back a little bit.
Alrighty. Nightingale.
Since I've got this guy on a leash and he can't move, I could stow a wand and still get an action, correct? That's just object interaction.
Yes.
Slip it in my belt, and as my hand is rising up, the blackish, grayish sand swirls around and an eldritch blast blasts into this hellhound.
Oh, nicely done.
Nice.
I was like,
Valvor's got
was
my
that
back.
a 20 or?
It looked like a 2. I'm like,
It looked
what?
like a 2 for a second.
What's the critical hit?
Nothing
Nothing. There was no
Wow.
additional
other
condition.
than double damage.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Nicely done.
Valbor does not want you on this plane, creature.
Douglan, did you just see what I did? I kick ass.
That was impressive, lad. You shoot
Is
that
that
out
it for you,
arms?
Nightingale?
That's it for Nightingale.
Douglan, what do you got?
Eyes not to be shown up by this little whippersnapper.
Don't
Steps
throw
up,
your shoulder out again.
glares at him. Glares at him. Jesus Christ.
You distracted him, Nightingale.
Damn you, lad. Oh, good Lord.
Stop blaming me.
He's just flailing with this halberd now.
Like, yeah, his shoulder's just not letting him do it. He steps back and meekly just
Thanks for letting me get this one, Douglan.
looks away.
I knew you threw those.
All right. Another hellhound appears out of the fiery depths,
Scheiße.
and it comes charging towards
Are
Douglan
you running
and
away, Douglan?
Nightingale.
Hmm?
I said, were you running away for a second there?
No, I'm trying to get more than 10 feet away.
Ah. Bing.
Stop!
All right. It
Okay.
shoots its fire breath at Nightingale to attempt to free its friend.
Does Douglan get a blitzkrieg bop before he gets in there?
Yeah, Blitzkrieg bop. He gets an on skinny bop.
Hit him with a pole arm. Crack him in the brain pan.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, it actually hit.
Oh, thank God, you old geezer. You hit him.
Jesus Christ. All right. Well, at least he's getting his rhythm back a little bit. The shoulder, loosening up.
All right, Nightingale, this thing just comes bounding out of the fiery pit, full speed towards you, and this big fiery breath bursts forth, engulfing you.
It's going to suck, lad. Make it. Yes. All right. Whew, that bless.
And I
you
kept my
concentrated.
concentration. We're all blessed
Well done.
still.
All right,
Valmore does not leave me.
you're a little singed, but
Oh, I'm pissed.
you're able to avoid much of it by going, ah!
Do you know how hard it will be to fix Scorched Jester outfit? Oh, this thing is just...
Landis.
Oh my God, do I do it again? Can I, with an Arcana check, Colin, and the grace of such a wonderful DM as yourself,
Oh, God.
would I be able to tell if the burning hands or the frosty breath damaged the tome more?
You're not able to determine that.
Not able. Well, then one more burning hands across that tome. Hopefully I'm not charging this badass.
Ooh.
It failed. Full flame damage as I
It
send
failed
my...
as hard as one can.
Always makes my ears ring after that. It's so loud. And then I will hold my ground there.
All right.
Hero will climb back onto Landis.
Okay.
So I don't know how to get rid of him. Oh, there we go. Boop. Oh, I deleted him and there's a movement there.
I exited out.
Okay.
All right. That's it for you, Landis.
That is it for Landis.
All right. Emdan takes the dodge action.
Ooh. It's hard to do that when you're like stretched over.
Ugh. No
Hell's
breath
backbreaker.
weapon still. He'll take another crack at breaking free. What is it I had to get again?
DC 17. I wrote it down so I remember.
Excellent. And he goes all pussycat once again. All right. Lafferty Jones.
All right. Well, just gonna take a step here.
There you go.
That 15. There you go.
You guys still see that spider movement?
Yeah, it's, I don't know.
It's there forever. Sorry.
It may be.
All right. If you could, he'll take a
A
free breath weapon.
The book does not move again.
Okay, Lafferty. Both nostrils this time. That's a boy.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done. That was both nostrils that time for sure.
Yeah.
Indeed. All right. Takes a step back.
Landis is like, you partake of Nightingale smoke a bit too often.
That's his turn.
All right, Nightingale.
Oh, I am just rocking it like it's 1900s or whatever the year of Nool it is.
Like it's 1998.
1998 of Nool. Again, the energy swirl from what looks like the whip, very fine grains of this powdery grayness swirl, and an eldritch blast hits the hellhound wrapped in the coils of Valmore's whip.
Oh my god, not the grayness swirless.
And then move, lad.
Oh, and it misses.
Can you move back or would you lose your whip?
I can't move back. So
He's
the
got
blast
this guy
just
grappled
shoots
until he breaks
right
free.
over top of this beast's head. And I move. I'll take. I could take a 5-foot step there, and I'm still grapple this creature, right? That's 15 feet still. I should be okay there.
Yep.
There you go.
I'm moving away from that damn breath weapon. I've got scorch marks. I'll be scrubbing for days.
All right, Douglan.
Take it out this time. Stop toying with these things.
Yeah, I'm actually going to move right here. Target 14. Dude. One of those nights.
Oh,
Douglan, just you roll very quickly. Have you used your bardic inspiration dice yet?
Wouldn't have helped with that one. Actually, it would have. It actually would have helped. Yes, you're right. But that's all right.
Well, yeah.
I forgot I had it. I'm not going to lie.
You hammered forward like the grumpy old man you are.
See, it all worked out in the end.
Yep.
All right. So then I pop right there to stay. Yes, that'll do. All right. That is actually, hold on. Can I move? Can I move here or no? Is that a space?
yeah, oh yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of a carpet on the ground around these things.
Well, I'm going to carpe diem that spot.
Oh.
I'm here all week. Thank you very much.
All right.
Try the veal.
That's it for you, Douglan?
Indeed.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
He gets his fire breath back.
Oh, no.
This hellhound makes a dash for Lafferty and Landis.
Mother. Protecting its master.
All right, and it is going to use its breath weapon against Lafferty.
Lafferty would like to cast absorb elements as a reaction. Fire. May I do that?
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I think I put it on myself, right? Yes.
That's correct.
Wait.
All right, so saving throw.
Success. Very good.
Great success.
Let's see what happens when I apply the damage.
So yeah, what? Okay, so he made
So
the
it gave me
save, so
half
it's
damage,
half.
but it didn't do anything as far as
Right. You have resistance to the triggering damage type until I think it's a quarter. I think it's a half of a half. I think that's how it works.
okay.
Am I
So
crazy
you
on
would-
that?
No, you gain resistance. So yeah, it would be half the damage you took,
Right.
half
so
of a
since
half.
right,
half of the
yeah.
half. And
So I-
then
so
you,
you
get, to add a
12
D6.
back.
Yeah.
No, only 6 back. 6. Because I only took 11 damage.
Oh right, sorry, it was half already. So
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was
And then
11, and then
And then on your next attack,
5
you
is
can add
actually
a
what you'll get
D6
back. You round down.
fire.
yeah.
5 back
Perfect.
put you at 18.
Wait, no, that's that's the damage. Go the other way.
Sorry.
Take off.
Ah,
Yeah.
it worked in a reverse.
13, and that would be 8, right?
Yeah, I think it's yeah. Perfect.
Oops. All right. Back to the top of the order with Mr. Landis.
You know, that's the first time I've used absorb elements successfully
Oh, there you go.
in my
Yeah,
entire life.
that's awesome because that's something you always keep prepared in case,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You know, it's
Yeah.
funny. I take it and I never remember that it's a reaction, which makes total sense, right? Like shield.
So, in desperation to end the madness, Lafferty again puts his hands up in that fiery motion, but calls on a bit more of that arcane energy and actually upcasts burning hands
Ooh!
to a second level spell, giving it an extra D6 of damage.
Nice. Nice.
It saved.
It saved.
It moved.
It moved.
Of course, it would move on the time I freaking upcast. That's just life and its madness.
The reading was moving.
Anyway, this is enough fiery energy to blast anything to smithereens.
Die, book, die!
Uh-oh. I don't even want to know what happens now. You gone and done it.
Unleashed me.
You gone and done it, Landis.
I don't even want to know what happens now. All right. As the book kind of explodes into just this blue fiery flame all around, Landis and Lafferty, who are focused on it, for just the briefest of seconds within the flames, you see a black cloaked figure whose face cannot be seen visible in the flames. And then the blue flames are gone, the book is gone, there's not even debris where the book was. As the book explodes into flames, the hellhounds just wink out of existence.
Nice.
What happens to Emden? Is he still in that prostrate position?
Yeah, it's not very flattering for
No.
a dwarf.
So Emdan, his arms and his leg and his head all snap forward, and he just crumples onto the ground. And he, as he kind of smacks the ground, he's sitting there, and he's just kind of looking around, rather disoriented.
Lafferty's going to rush over there.
See if he's all right, Lafferty.
He kind of grabs his face and he says, Look at me. Are you with me?
Of course I'm with you, son.
You are Emden. Do you know what just happened?
Where am I?
You're in your throne room. You were possessed by a book that you were reading, but we have rescued you. Stay with me. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I
All right.
was reading but how did I get here?
Well, we hypothesize that you read this tomb and the tomb took you over. There was an entity inside this that we have destroyed. Well, we destroyed its vessel, to be clear. I'm quite certain that this entity is still alive. However, not with us right now, and most importantly, has left the possession of your body and soul. Would you care to stand up? Are you okay?
You see him kind of, he takes a bit of a quick accounting of his body, and he stands up. Well, of course I'm okay. I don't understand what's happened.
Could you release the ward on the door here, please?
What ward?
None of your kin could come in. No dwarves were allowed. We have a feeling that the entity was possessing you to do this, but we need you to release it.
Son, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Douglan, please check the door, would you?
Nightingale will dash to the door and call out for Hordram. Hordram, come. We believe we've solved your problem. Landis
Hordram, he walks up to the door and he kind of, he very cautiously reaches out towards the opening and he's able to touch the door and the handle. You've done it!
what we were asked to do.
Yes. Master Dwarf, we're quite certain that Emden was possessed. There was an entity here that has since departed. It's not done, but we are quite certain that the vessel was this tomb, which, well, we took care of as well. Perhaps you should bring your kin up to speed. I don't know if someone of my nature would be the best to tell him what happened.
Yes, indeed, we will. You've done it, boys. Done it.
If I may ask, do you know how Endam came across this tome? Was it gifted to him? Did he find it?
You'll have to ask him. We only had witnesses that saw what transpired.
Yeah, Lafferty is going to Master Emdem. I know you just came out of a possession, so I understand the sensitivity, but there was an entity there that knew us. Can you please tell us where you found this book and anything you know about it?
The book I purchased from a traveler who came early in the season. He had many magical tomes, several of which I purchased. No, it wasn't this season. It was in the fall, and during the winter, I was reading through these, and I don't remember much after one of the books. It was called. It's called the Tome of Runation.
Well, that definitely sounds like a tome that may cause some trouble, sir. And so tell us again. You started to read, and then you're here now. Anything else you can tell us? Any details? Was there a name in the book? Was there an entity that you can share with us? This is very important, sir.
I'm sorry, son. I remember sitting down to read the book in my study, and I woke up here.
Right. Landis? Anything to ask?
Perhaps a bit of ale and a meal, and Endam will feel more himself, and his memory might have time to recover, and perhaps you would know better of this merchant you bought it from. Was he frequented here, or was it his first time here?
No, he comes often. I have been buying books from him for years.
Yes, Landis, I think you have the right of it. Let's get a nice cold ale and a warm meal, and perhaps, well, Hordram, are we welcome to stay and share a meal? Is that something that could be possible?
Indeed, and I will arrange a meeting between the ruler of the Stone Storm clan. You will meet with Dulmar. He will present you with your Elder Steel and a thank you from our clan.
Master Hordram, this isn't the only time I think this entity has, let's just say, tried to enter our world. So, yeah. Let's hope that Emdan can remember some more details, because it seems to be too much of a coincidence. Wouldn't you agree, Landis?
I don't have enough to draw any conclusions yet, Lafferty, but whatever was in that book, it didn't seem to be surprised to see us, which is strange.
Douglan's going to go over to the lava oval. Is it still fire?
Yeah, this is actually a feature of the Stone Storm's throne room. So it's like 100 feet down or so. There's lava.
Mm-hmm.
There's some sort of spell that keeps the heat from coming up from below, but the orange light fills the room.
So it's well, let me say it in character. Hordram, is this lava is normal, right? Because we had some, well, dogs breathing fire coming out of that pit. As he brushes some ash off of his shoulder.
It is normal. It is a feature of our throne room.
I would predict Landis or Lafferty that these hounds were summoned by the book.
I would agree with that, Landis. Yes. Wow. Well, it seems everything has worked out, but yes. Perhaps.
Madame, you'll be joining us at this meal, I hope.
Yes, of course. We can speak. Hopefully, once Endam gets his bearings again, he will have more to share with us. And gentlemen, we will put the pause button on it for tonight.
Bing!
Well done. Nice battle against the Hellhounds.
Oh, it was a rocky start.
Yeah, but I'm impressed you keyed into attacking the book and not just the Hellhounds. Well done.
I wasn't sure if when you said the blue flame, I was like, am I charging this thing up?
Yeah.
That was the idea. I needed to give you the impression that you wouldn't be sure whether or not you were actually doing it damage or helping.
But I'm between fire and ice, we're going to be taking this thing out.
Yeah. I'm going to say that was a perfect example of like the brains of Landis and Lafferty kind of just engaging and automatically knowing where the source of something amiss. Because again, the creature is up here like, frozen.
Yeah,
Something's
he didn't
controlling
seem
it.
to threat.
No.
We
No.
lucked out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just saying let's color it how we want to, right? That these are very intelligent characters, right?
Yes,
Very,
more so
very
than us.
intelligent. Yeah.
All right, gents, I'm
Exactly.
going to sign us off for the night. So we can chat for a little bit afterwards if you like. But excellent session as always. And we'll pick it up, unfortunately, sometime in September.
2023.
Remember,
Yeah.
folks, if you like what you've seen here, hit that like button and follow us on Instagram, YouTube, all of the channels and all of the things.
All right. And that's it. We will sign out.